What's up, everybody? What is up? Should be live in here. Hope you all are having a great night. Great to see you all in here. Let me know in the chat if you can hear me okay and see me okay. So let's get the chat going. So appreciate that. Thank you so much. So great to see everybody. Great stuff. Great stuff. So go ahead and just refresh something here. All right. Everybody having a great time, great night? Let me know. Great to see everybody. Let me know how everybody's doing. Great to see all of you, all 279 of you that are in here. So just give me 1 second here. So very awesome stuff. Let me just get some stuff going here. Looks like we got Saved by His Grace in here. Thank you so much. Looks like Debbie's in here. Thank you so much, Debbie. Lisa Peterson, thank you so much for being in here. So very grateful and very blessed for all of you to be in here right now. Thank you so much. You all are awesome, as always. So very thankful, very blessed for all of you. So thank you guys very much. Hope you guys enjoyed Brother John's chase stream today / tonight. Another great stream, another great chase by Brother John McKinney there. So yeah, so definitely a lot of great stuff. A lot of great stuff is going on. As you can see, if you can see up here, current subscriber count is at 1,660. So we are moving up and continuing to move up. So appreciate that. Appreciate all the love. Appreciate all the support. Appreciate everybody. You all are amazing. I wouldn't be able to do this without all of you. So definitely am super thankful and grateful for all of you, making our way close to 2,000 subscribers already. So we are moving up. The Lord is doing great work. So just a lot of great stuff. So very great stuff there when it comes to that. So just so happy, so blessed. We'll give it another 5 more minutes. About 11:10 my time, 12:10 Eastern, 10:10 Mountain, 9:10 Pacific, and we will jump into Hail. We've all pretty much seen Hail, and we've all pretty much have felt it and things of that nature, but we will dive in a little bit into that, so we will take a look at that. Looks like we have, see if I'm missing anybody here. Looks like we have Michael's in here. Great to see you, brother Michael. Shane, great to see you too, brother Shane. Looks like, Chasing for a Cause is in here. Thank you very much for being in here as well. Awesome of you. Thank you so much. Looks like we got Phil O'Dowd in here as well from Ireland. Thank you very much for being in here. Thank you so much for the support from everywhere. So I appreciate that. Yeah, did that so much. So thank you. You guys are awesome. You guys are amazing. So yeah, but we will get started here in about 3 minutes. We will get started into learning some more about some hail. Got a little fun facts about hail as well. And yeah, so we'll start into that. We'll dive into some hail, then we'll dive into some fun facts about it, and then we'll do some fireside chats and just have a great time tonight. So looking forward to that. Looking forward to teaching. Looking forward to learning. Looking forward to spending some great time with all of you great folks. So very awesome for that. And again, if you are new here, please like and please subscribe. Please share. It helps me. It helps the algorithm. Helps all that helps just spread the word. Have a lot of good and fun time. So very thankful for that. So very thankful for all of you. And again, if you're new here, I always start the stream off with the topic that I will be teaching. And then after that, we will get into some great fireside chats and some Q&A, which we can have Q&A throughout the whole time, which is obviously perfect. And that's what I would love to see. And is a bunch of questions, bunch of, just a bunch of enthusiasm, bunch of curiosity, things like that. So very great. Very awesome. But yeah, very cool. Very cool stuff on that. So looking forward to getting that rolling here in just a couple of minutes. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. We're gonna be learning about hail, and gonna learn some great stuff today about that. So, and we'll get started here in about 1 minute. So thank you all who are tuning in. Thank you all for staying tuned in. Thank you all from coming over from Brother John McKinney's live stream of him storm chasing today. So hopefully everybody had a great 4th. Hopefully everybody, is rested and well recovered from the great holiday celebrating 250 years of independence. So very awesome stuff there. So give it about another minute here, and we will jump into hail. So great to see all you lovely people. Great to see all of you in here. You guys are awesome. You guys are very cool. And again, this wouldn't be possible without all of you. So, all right. So without further ado, let's jump in to tonight's topic. But before we jump into all of that, I must, and as always, give praise and honor to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I must give all praise and honor to God for allowing this to happen, for blessing all of us with this opportunity, for blessing me especially with this opportunity. So all praise and all glory and all honor go to him. And without him, again, none of this would be possible. He is my number one fan, and I am so thankful and blessed for that. So again, very blessed and very thankful for this opportunity. So, okay. So that said, let's jump into hail. Well, we've all have seen hail and probably pretty much have felt it or seen the damage from it and have seen, what it can do and what it looks like. So we'll jump into kind of a little bit, some meteorological or meteorology side of it a little bit. So things of that nature when it comes into that. So we will kind of take a stroll down that lane and hopefully hit you guys with some knowledge that you didn't know, maybe some great facts that you didn't know. But again, let's be looking at hail and what hail is and what that means, and how that happens in the weather world. So without further ado, let's jump into that. So what is hail? Hail is a form of precipitation consisting of solid ice. So remember, hail is solid ice. And we will jump into how it forms here briefly as to why that makes sense for. So hail is a form of precipitation consisting of solid ice that forms inside thunderstorm updrafts. So remember, inside of the thunderstorm updraft is where the hail is forming at. Hail can damage aircraft, homes, and cars and can be deadly to livestock and people. And that's very true. Unfortunately, when hail comes down in softball size and baseball size and things of that nature, there are unfortunately animals that are stuck out in that. And unfortunately, as you could imagine, the worst possible happens at times. So awesome. Thank you, Spirit Bear, for just subscribing. So welcome in. Hope you are enjoying the stream. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Spirit Bear. Appreciate that. So again, just to briefly recap, it's hail is solid ice that forms inside of thunderstorm updrafts. And as we get into a little bit more of the meteorologically side of it, you will see why. So thumbs up if we're still doing great tonight. Thumbs up if you are all having a great time, if you all are enjoying the stream. So thank you so much for all of that. So let's move on to how does hail form? Hail stones are, I see that my beautiful wife just gave a thumbs up. So thank you so much, my penguin, my beautiful sweetheart. Thank you so much for that. So appreciate that. So how does hail form? Hailstones are formed when raindrops. So remember, all hail starts out as raindrops. When raindrops are carried upward by the thunderstorm's updrafts into extremely cold areas of the atmosphere and freeze. So, thank you very much, Alan Para, for subscribing. Thank you. I appreciate your support. So everybody welcome in Alan Para for subscribing. Thank you so much for that. So great to see you. And thank you so much for your support. So what's happening a little bit behind the scenes in the thunderstorm is that what's happening is that the rain is being carried so high up in the atmosphere that when it gets up to the atmosphere where it's freezing and it's cold and everything else, so once the rain hits that temperature, all that rain freezes into solid ice. So that's where the hail starts to take place and take format, is high up in the thunderstorm. So we will move on from that. So hailstones then grow by colliding with liquid water drops that freeze onto the hailstone surface. So again, hailstones then grow by colliding with liquid water drops that freeze onto the hailstone surface. So that's how the hail starts getting bigger and bigger and bigger. If the water freezes instantaneously when colliding with the hailstone, cloudy ice will form as air bubbles will be trapped in the newly formed ice. However, if the water freezes slowly, the air bubbles can escape and the new ice will be clear. The hail falls when the thunderstorm. So this is when the hail, when it comes back down and hits earth as hail, or hits the ground as hail. This is when it starts to come back down. Hail falls when the thunderstorm's updraft can no longer support the weight of the hailstone, so the hailstone becomes too heavy, which can occur if the stone becomes large enough or the updraft weakens. So two reasons why hailstones fall back down. One, they get too heavy for the updraft, or the updraft just starts weakening, so then everything just starts falling. So again, the stronger the updraft can mean larger the hailstones, because the stronger the updraft means that it can withstand and hold stronger and larger hailstones. So that's why sometimes you see in storms, you see, softball size hail, you see baseball size hail, sometimes even grapefruit size hail. So we're talking 4-inch size hail, 3+ inch size hail. So again, the stronger the updraft, the more hail that it can hold inside of that. So again, hail falls only when the updraft can no longer support it, or because the hailstone is too heavy, or just the updraft itself starts to weaken. So hailstones can have layers of clear and cloudy ice if the hailstone encounters different temperature. And I think we've all have probably seen pictures, and show of hands or thumbs or whatever, have seen different pictures of different types of looking hail. And that's going to be getting into, because of the different layers, because of the different temperatures that it encounters in the conditions inside of the thunderstorm. So, as it's about to mention here. So, hailstones can have layers of clear and cloudy ice if the hailstone encounters different temperature and liquid water content conditions in the thunderstorm. So, that's why hail looks different. That's why not all hail that you ever see is the same. Sometimes it'll look like hailstones are on top of hailstones. Sometimes it'll be clear hail. Sometimes it'll be very dense hail. And again, that's all just due to how it's differently colliding and coming in contact with the different temperature and liquid inside that thunderstorm. So the conditions experienced by the hailstone can change as it passes horizontally across or near an updraft. The layers, however, do not occur simply due to the hailstone going through up and down cycles inside a thunderstorm. The wind inside a thunderstorm, the winds inside a thunderstorm aren't, lost my place here. Okay, aren't simply up and down. Horizontal winds exist from either a rotating updraft. So you have to remember that the winds are spinning. So the winds aren't just going one direction and things of that nature. So, like in supercell thunderstorms, or from the surrounding environment, horizontal winds. Hailstones also do not grow from being lofted to the top of the thunderstorm. At very high altitudes, the air is cold enough, below negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit, so super cold, that all liquid water will have frozen into ice. And hailstones need liquid water to grow to an appreciable size. So what that saying is basically, even though if it goes up super high up into the thunderstorm, it's not going to get bigger just because of the higher it goes up, because it actually it'll be frozen too much the higher it goes up, because it needs to remain a little bit lower within the thunderstorm to keep with the liquid water in contact with that. So great with that. Hail. So how does hail fall to the ground? Well, we mentioned that a little bit already. Hail falls when it becomes heavy enough to overcome the strength of the thunderstorm updraft, and it's pulled toward the earth by gravity. Smaller hailstones can be blown away from the updraft by horizontal winds, so larger hail typically falls closer to the updraft than smaller hail. So as the hail is falling, if it's smaller hail, the wind is actually pushing some of that smaller hail away. But if it's very big hail, baseball, softball, grapefruits, those are going to land pretty much in close proximity of the updraft, because the winds are not strong enough to blow those further downstream. So So great stuff. So smaller hailstones. Oh, I'm sorry. Um, if the winds near the surface are strong enough, hail can fall at an angle or even nearly sideways. Welcome in, Dilly Army. Thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate your support. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for your subscription. Thank you. So, if the winds near the surface are strong enough, hail can fall at an angle or nearly sideways. And I think a lot of us have probably seen sideways hail before. So, wind driven hail can tear up siding on houses. Show of hands here if you've ever had any hail damage to your car, to your vehicle, to your house, to your livestock, anything like that. Any show of hands that you have had any type of hail damage before that's happened directly to you. So wind-driven hail can tear up siding on houses, break windows, and blow into houses, break side windows on cars, and cause severe injury and or death to people and animals. So that's why they always tell you, one, never ever be outside when it's hailing, because you're getting hit by ice, by basically ice missiles, ice balls coming down on you. Very solid. So, but one, if you are going to be outside, have some sort of head protection. So whether that is some sort of helmet, some sort of whether it's a football helmet, a baseball helmet, some sort of helmet, if you do happen to have to venture out when it's hailing, because you do not want to get hit in the head with a flying missile, basically. And we will get into how fast these stones actually do come down. And maybe some of this might surprise you at how fast of speed that hail is actually falling to the ground. So, again, hail is very damaging. It's very, and obviously it can cause severe injury and unfortunately death to people and animals. And that is not something that, that we ever want to happen. So, and so we definitely don't want anybody to ever get hurt, or we definitely don't want anybody to ever die because of hail. So again, safety matters. So we will get into a little bit about how fast they fall. Again, so we got into what hail is on a high overview level, how it goes up into the updraft, and updraft sustains it and it freezes as it comes in contact with liquid water inside of the updraft there. And once it reaches a certain below freezing point up in the updraft in the atmosphere, it becomes hail, and it only is sustainable until it becomes either too heavy in the updraft, or the updraft starts to just weaken and it starts to fall back, and gravity pulls it way back down, plummeting to whatever is in its path. So I like what Debbie says here. They can come down so fast it turns into rivers. That is correct. If you've ever been a part of a hailstorm, and after the hail has passed, the hail will kind of just pool in the place where it is sitting at, and it'll look like snow for a little bit, and then once it thaws or melts, then they can turn into, yes, little streams of rivers or streams and things of that nature. So it all depends on where it is pulled at. But if you've ever seen that, it's you look at it and be like, whoa, looks like it just snowed here in the middle of July. So it is kind of a cool sight to see. And David Tokar is in. Thank you, brother David, for being here. Appreciate you. God bless you, sir. Thank you so much for being in here. So, again, and yet definitely, again, do not want to be outside if it's hailing. So please don't try to be capturing hailstones or things of that nature, because it will be a painful experience when it comes to that. So, how fast does hail fall? Well, according to the NWS here, there is a very complicated and this is a very complicated answer. The fall speed of hail primarily depends on the size of the hailstone. The friction between the hailstone and surrounding air, the local wind conditions, both horizontal and vertical, and the degree of melting of the hailstone. Early research assumed that hailstones fell like solid ice spheres and showed very high fall speeds, even for very small hailstones. However, recent research outside of the National Severe Storms Laboratory using 3D printed cast of real hailstones suspended in a vertical wind tunnel has repeatedly shown that natural hailstones fall more slowly than solid ice spheres. So this is where they get into the speeds, and it's broken down by the size of the hailstone. And so basically the smaller, and what we'll get into is basically the smaller the hailstone, the slower it falls. The larger the hailstone, the faster it falls. So, so again, the smaller, the slower it's falling, the larger means the faster it's falling. So, and we will get into that. So, for small hailstones, so let's call that less than 1 inch in diameter, the expected fall speed is between 9 and 25 miles per hour. So, still pretty quick, but it'll get even faster here. So for hailstones that one would typically see in a severe thunderstorm, 1 inch to 1.75 inch. So that's the typical average hail. After you average all the hail out that's fallen throughout the whole year, typical hail tends to be between 1 inch to 1.75 inch. So we're talking from 1/4 inch and a little bit bigger there. So the expected fall speed is between 25 and 40 miles per hour. So when you got 1 inch to 1.75 inch, it's basically falling down on top of you at 25 to 40 miles per hour. So basically, if somebody stood in front of you and if they could throw that hailstone at about 25 to 40 miles per hour and hit you with it, that would be the same type of thing that's happening as it's falling from the sky. So you definitely don't want that. And the strongest supercells that produce some of the largest hail one might expect to see 2 inches to 4 inches in diameter, the expected fall speed is between 44 and 72 miles per hour. So getting into some pretty quick speed here now. So definitely, so again, as a hailstone gets bigger, the speed is picking up. So however, there is much uncertainty in these estimates due to variability in the hailstone shape, degree of melting, fall of orientation, and the environmental conditions. However, and this is very true, what it's about to mention here is, however, it is possible for very large hailstones exceeding 4 inches to fall over 100 miles per hour. So I don't know if any of you watch baseball or are a baseball fan. I'm a huge baseball fan and love it. So imagine if you are at the plate and you are facing a pitcher and they throw you a 100-mile-per-hour fastball. That is basically what you are facing if you were to be outside and a huge hailstone would fall down. It's falling down at, we'll call it at about 100 miles per hour. So it's going to be on you so quickly, you're not even going to know where it's coming from or how it hits you. You're not going to be able to barely get out of the way if you can possibly see it. But again, you don't want to be in the way of a 100-mile-per-hour hailstone fastball. So you're not going to have any time to react to that. So again, these things are falling down at fastball speeds. So you don't want to ever be out caught in that. So, and again, these things are huge, especially when you get to the 2 inch 2.5, 3 inch, about 3.5, 3.75. Then you're getting into like softball size. At 4 inch, you're talking about like grapefruit size. So we're talking huge, massive, massive stones. And if those things are falling at 100 miles per hour, yet it's very, very, very dangerous. So again, um, if you're ever outside in it, please stay in your vehicle for one. If you get caught in it, two, if you have a helmet and you have to be outside, or if you have to be outside in it, hopefully you have a helmet. If not, definitely put your hands over your head the best that you can, because you're going to want to deflect um, the speed, and you're going to want to deflect that impact, because you'd rather that it hit your hand and hurt your hand than to hit you on top of the head and cause a very a traumatic brain injury, or cause any type of damage to your head. Because of course, as we know, our head is the most important part of our body, because it has our mind, it has our brain, so it controls everything that we do. So you definitely don't want to get a concussion, or get knocked out, or unfortunately get killed over that. Um, so again, some of these hailstones are coming down at Major League Baseball fastball speeds, and again, um, when a batter faces a fastball from 60 feet 6 inches away, they literally have about 1 second, about less than one, yeah, about 1 second. We'll just round it up. Time of reaction to even think about if they're going to swing, and how they're going to swing, where they're going to swing, if it's a ball that they want to swing at, things of that nature. So again, um, that's at 60 feet 6 inches away. So your reaction time, you're not going to have hardly any reaction time when you visually make contact with that hailstone to where it's going to hit you at. So just to give you sort of a visualization there. So again, hail, don't mess around with it. It is not to be played with. So let's move on to what areas have the most hail. Although Florida has the most thunderstorms, Nebraska, Colorado, and Wyoming usually have the most hailstorms. So again, if you are in Nebraska, Colorado, or Wyoming, you are most likely to see the most hailstorms per average per year in the United States. So this is what they call, and please let me know transparently in the comments, if you ever knew of that there was a hail alley, just like there is a tornado alley. Please let me know if you knew that there was a hail alley. So if you've ever heard of that term. So the area where these three states meet is called Hail Alley. And again, let me know if you've ever heard that term before. And so averages 7 to 9 days. Averages 7 to 9 days 7 to 9 hail days per year. Other parts of the world that have damaging hailstorms include China, Russia, India, and northern Italy. Um, so looks like jump into chat here. It looks like Shane says never heard of Hail Alley. Thank you, Shane. Looks like Debbie says she hasn't either. Lisa says never heard of Hail Alley. And my beautiful wife says never heard of Hail Alley either. And many of us haven't. And Phil O'Dowd says never heard of it. Can't imagine seeing hail that size. Chasing for a cause says no. And I myself have never heard that term either until I was doing research on this. And I've never heard of a here in the U.S. or any spot that was ever deemed Hail Alley. So that was new to me as well. So we all learned something today together. So that's awesome. So very great stuff on that. So yes. So according to the National Weather Service, there is a hail alley here in the United States. So again, something cool, something that we now have learned together. So again, average is 7 to 9 hail. So we're talking about hail alley here. Um, Thank you, Stefani Fernanda, for subscribing. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for being here. Appreciate that. Everybody, please welcome in and say hi to. Looks like Stephanie or Stefani Fernanda. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So again, hail alley averages 7 to 9 hail days per year. Other other parts of the world, okay, that we talked about. Okay, yeah, but the average is so they're saying in hail alley there's an average of 7 to 9 hail days per year, which that is a lot because I can think of maybe here in Chicago maybe having, if it's 7 to 9 hail days, that's probably over a 3 or 4 year span, as opposed to a 1 year span. So yes, I could definitely see why they would call that Hill Alley. And again, that is Nebraska, Colorado, and Wyoming, according to the National Weather Service. So very cool. When viewed from the air, it is evident that hail falls in paths known as hail swaths. So what is happening here is that the hail is actually following a path called a hail swath. So these occur as storms move while the hail is falling out. They can range in size from a few acres to an area 10 miles wide and 100 miles long. How wild is that? So we're talking about a hail swath. So it's the path of the hail. That's basically the hail. We're going to call it the hail core, the hail shaft, things. That's basically what we're getting into here. But so that hail swath, at how big it is, they're saying that the hail swath can be a few acres to 10 miles wide and 100 miles long. So we're talking, some of these swaths are cities, types of like as big as cities are, or cities are wide and longer. So very, 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 very damaging there when it comes to that. So some storms, instead of producing large hail, instead produce copious amounts of small hail. Storms like these have produced hail drifts that, when captured and clog drainage channels, form piles of hail several feet deep. Hail that completely covers roadways is especially hazardous because if deep enough, a vehicle's tires may not touch the roadway at all. So again, if you go out driving in hail and hail is covered all over the road, you're basically driving on basically unpaved snow. Because you're basically dealing with frozen precipitation, and if your tires are not in contact with the ground, it's the same way as if you go out and drive when it's snowing out and the roads are not plowed. And I think that the majority of us have probably driven out in the wintertime when the roads are not plowed and it's not a pleasant experience. So definitely slow down. Definitely know that it is almost basically the same way as driving on a frozen road in the wintertime. So definitely be careful with that. So hail that completely covers roadways is especially hazardous because, again, if deep enough, a vehicle's tires may not touch the roadway at all, with the vehicle instead driving on the hail, which acts exactly like an icy roadway in the winter, as I just mentioned. So again, hail can turn a perfectly normal highway, interstate roadway in the summertime when it's 90 degrees, 80 some degrees, and turn it into an icy roadway just like the wintertime. So again, be careful with that when it comes to that. So, but yeah, so definitely treat that, if you see that on the ground, treat the hail as if it's snowing, and you have to proceed with caution if you are going to be driving on it. So if you happen to be caught out in it while you're driving. So, excuse me, which we know is not a pleasant experience. So how large can hail get? So this is a wild stat. So hail size is measured in diameter, just like you can measure a baseball in diameter and measuring softballs and things of that. And for those of you who don't remember what a diameter is of a circle, diameter is from one side of the circle to the other side of the circle, passing through the center. So that's the diameter. And then half of the diameter is radius. But again, diameter is diameter, so it's going from one side of the circle all the way to the other side of the circle, passing through the center. So the largest hailstone recovered in the United States fell in Vivian, South Dakota on June 23rd, 2010. Now, this is the largest ever documented. There could be other ones that have been bigger. There could be other ones that we don't ever know about or haven't ever known about, but this is the largest one ever documented. So, with a diameter of 8 inches and a circumference of a little over 18 and a half inches, it weighed 1 pound, 15 ounces. So let's just call that 2 pounds. It's 1 ounce away from equaling 2 pounds. So this hailstone that fell, 8 inches in diameter. Well, what is sort of kind of equivalent to 8 inches in diameter? Because that is freaking ridiculous. So usually when we talk about 4 inches in diameter, we're talking about grapefruits. So if you talk about putting 2 grapefruits together and making one superhuman or super massive grapefruit, you basically got 2 grapefruits together. So that would have been 2 grapefruits put together falling on your head at over 100 miles per hour at weighing 2 pounds. So not only does it weigh 2 pounds, it's basically 2 grapefruits falling on your head, and it is smashing down upon you over 100 miles per hour. So 8 inches is the largest one in the U.S. that's ever been recorded. But what is another great visual? What is another great visual to show you just how massive and the diameter of this hailstone was? And if you looked at the thumbnail of my live stream, the thumbnail on my live stream is actually a photo of that hailstone. And as you can see, it starts from about, on the ruler, it starts about at inch 3 and goes all the way over to inch 11 on the ruler. So yes, that the picture on my thumbnail is the hailstone that we are talking about here. So, but what makes it even more absurd to even visualize and to understand what was falling down on top of your head? So it's this. It's a bowling ball. So the diameter of a bowling ball is 8.5 inches. So what you see right here in this bowling ball, if you go from left to right or right to left in the circle, the diameter is 8.5 inches. So basically when that hailstone was falling, it was basically a bowling ball that fell out of the sky. Now, clearly it did not weigh the same amount as a bowling ball. It had a smaller circumference. But when we talk about diameter going from left to right here, that is the size of the diameter that we are talking about. It looks like Michael says, good night, everyone. Take care till next time. Thank you, Brother Michael. Aloha to you. I hope you are having a great day over there in Hawaii. Thank you so much for that, brother. God bless you. Have a great night. So, yes, thank you very much, Michael. So, again, when you get into this, again, so the circumference is smaller. It didn't weigh obviously like 12 pounds, 14 pounds, 8 pounds, things like that. But when you look into, so if you would put the hailstone right here across, going from left to right here, it basically would stretch the same distance in diameter. So basically what happened was when that 8-inch hailstone fell, and maybe there were more of them, I don't know, but they found one of them. It was basically a 2-pound bowling ball falling out of the sky. So again, basically a 2-pound bowling ball falling on your head. So that is wild to me. So, and this just says as you get into here, bowling balls are between about 8.5 8.595. That's just showing that bowling balls are 8.5 inches in diameter. So again, you basically would have had a 2-pound missile bowling ball falling on top of your head. That is absurd and definitely extremely, extremely unheard of. But yes, and that would have been falling, that 2-pound technically bowling ball would have been falling at over 100 miles per hour, solid as a rock, solid as a stone, falling down, just doing absolute carnage to whatever it would have came across. So, so pretty wild when it comes to that. So I thought that was a great visual cue. Thought that was a great to kind of give you of how wide that hailstone actually was, and to kind of just put it into perspective that it was basically a 2-pound bowling ball missile falling down. So that is really, really, really something to think about there. So, and then this gets into. And then this is when we get into the hail size of. Shane says, "Do we know when the 19th century we started recording this data? Do we know when in the 19th century? Oh, do we know when in the 19th century we started recording this data? Well, I know that for severe weather and tornadoes, data did not start being collected and put together, put in use until the year 1950. For hail, I'm not 100% sure, but if it follows the guidelines of tornado and other severe weather impacts and effects, I would assume maybe it did not start until 1950 was when we started really collecting data and putting data to use, and that's when we go back to records, all of the tornado records and other severe weather things that happened in the past go back to 1950. So when it comes to that, so I don't know the full answer for hail, but if I had to guess, I would say 1950 for that, Shane. Phil O'Dowd says, have to go and get ready for minding grandchildren. Hope to chat again soon. God bless. Thank you, Phil O'Dowd. Thank you for joining from Ireland, from the great country of Ireland. Love Ireland very much. Such a really great, really great country over there. So thank you, Phil O'Dowd. God bless you as well. Thank you so much for that. So definitely appreciate that. So, but yeah, so Shane, hopefully that kind of answered. But just off the top of my head, just off the top of my head, buddy, that I would say 1950 was probably, if we look back, that might be where hail starts to really come in record keeping as well. So, but again, again, if we just started record keeping, in the 1950s or even before that, I mean, there are possibilities for hail to have been even larger than 8 inches that we never ever documented. So we don't ever know if maybe something larger has ever fallen. So it's quite possible something has. So if we get into hail size, hail is often estimated by comparing it to a known object. So that's why that's why you'll always hear, like, when they talk about hail, it's quarter size, it's dime size, it's penny size, it's pea size. It's just because it gives us more of a visual of, oh wow, that's actually the size of what's falling down from the sky. So most hailstorms are made up of a mix of different sizes, and only the very largest hailstones pose serious risk to people caught in the open, as we know. When reporting hail, estimates comparing the hail to a known object will with definitive size are good, but measurements using a ruler, calipers, or tape measure is best. So again, so when if you go outside after a hailstorm, after a hailstorm and you pull the hail off the ground, if you do have a tape measure around or something else or a ruler, it's best to use that in order to measure the diameter instead of pulling out like a quarter or a tennis ball or things of that nature. So here we go. Here we go. P equals a quarter inch. So if you ever hear quarter inch hail, they're talking about pea size hail. Mothball at a half inch. Penny size at a quarter inch. Or I'm sorry, at 3/4 inch. Sorry. Nickel at 7 and an 1/8 inch, and a quarter is 1 inch. So a quarter is usually what you hear a lot and say, oh, it's almost quarter size hail. It's almost, this. So when you start getting at 1 inch, and 1 inch is considered severe. So as they like to say in the NWS, is once you start hitting the quarter size, that's when a lot of the severe damage can start happening at 1 inch or greater. Ping pong ball, 1.5 inch. Golf ball, 1 3/4 inches. Tennis ball, 2.5 inches. Now we're talking some very, very, really severe damage. Baseball, 2 3/4 inches. Teacup, 3 inches. Softball, 4 inches. And then grapefruit, 4.5. But sometimes grapefruit also falls underneath 4 inches as well. Sometimes these are used interchangeably. But sometimes softball will be used around 3.75 as well. Sometimes people, businesses or enterprises will round up and say, we'll just use it as 4 inches. But nonetheless, if you are seeing anything at 3 to 4 inches, you just know that is an extremely, extremely damaging projectile that is being thrust towards you quickly when it comes to that. So this is kind of gives you an overview of, kind of give you a visualization of what we're dealing with or looking at when hail does happen to fall down, and how it kind of just gets estimated against well-known objects that we see in pretty much everyday use. So when it comes to that, so that's the look. That's the overview look at basically a little bit of the meteorology side of it, climatology side of it, just about how it forms, and then how it falls back. Hail Alley, we'll learn a little bit about that. The biggest one that's ever known, that's the biggest one that's ever been, or the largest one that has ever been recorded, and then some comparison size to certain things. So, questions, comments, concerns, feedback before I move on to the next part. So let's discuss and let's learn. And when it comes to that, so questions, comments, concerns. Again, hopefully you guys are doing excellent tonight. Looks like still got about 160 of you guys in here, which is awesome, which is great. So very thankful. If you are new here, please please subscribe, please share if you enjoy and like my content and enjoy my teaching and enjoy being here. I enjoy teaching you. I enjoy learning from you as well. So thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it, everybody. Again, if you are new here, please type in the chat. Please be a part of the chat. Please let me know if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, or any types of anything that I can help out with, and I will do my best to help you out with that. But again, tonight's topic is hail and what it is and how it forms and the damage that it does, and the severity which can happen with it, and how serious that it should be taken, and that you don't want to be outside in that. So again, if you're new here, thank you for being here, and appreciate that. Thank you for joining and looking at my channel and for being here. Definitely appreciate that on a Monday night where it is 11:55 my time, which is Central Time. If you're new here in Chicago, It's 12:55 Eastern. It is 10:55 Mountain Time, which makes it 9:55 Pacific Time. So we are now moving in towards, we're just now getting into summer here in the United States. Hopefully everybody is enjoying the summer so far. I know a lot of us, unless you live in Florida and some of southern Texas and some of southern Arizona and southern California as well, you get to almost experience summer almost all year round. But for the other 97% of us, we don't get summer all year round. We enjoy summer when it comes. So yeah, very thankful for that. I am a hot weather type of person. I'd rather it be 100 degrees than to be 0 degrees or 10 degrees. I am not very much a fan of cold weather. So I don't know. Let's see in the comments who is a cold weather person and who is a warm weather person. So when it comes to that, so let me know if you're a warm or cold weather person. Shane says, why won't insurance companies in Hail Alley cover your vehicle for hail damage? He says, I'm kidding. I'm sure you probably have to elect that. I mean, I'm sure or something, but I know at least here in Chicago for our at least for our home insurance, we have to elect hail and things of that things of that nature. So or select whatever. So but yeah, it's sometimes here we do have some hail events. We had a hail event here about 2 years ago that caused tons and tons of roof damage, and it was funny because just in my neighborhood or around the village, the city, the hailstorm happened in May, and then once all of the insurance claims went through, so we're talking probably like August, September, you just seen almost like every other house was getting a new roof, and it was actually kind of funny because it became more of a comical satire type thing because it looked like everybody was getting new roof at the same time. Shane says though, give me 0 or -20. So Shane's a cold weather person. Lisa likes warm. Chasing for a cause likes warm. Debbie says I was born in the summertime. Awesome. Great job. Great stuff. Well, yeah. See, I am hot. I would like, even though I don't like really being hot, but I would rather it be warm than sit there and be extremely, extremely cold and have to bundle up and put multiple layers on. But again, everybody has their own preference. Everybody has their own what they enjoy and what they don't. However, though, I will mention that I am a huge fan, though, of Antarctica. If that is ever a place that I travel to, I would love to visit Antarctica. I've always been fascinated with Antarctica. So just to point it out for myself. Sonia says 75 degrees, nothing below, and not over 80 degrees, provided humidity is low. Yes, I think between 75 and like 77 is like kind of like almost like the most prime, pristine temperature that, at least for me, that I enjoy, in between about 75 and 77. In like a little light breeze. You just kind of get that wind going. You kind of get that, get to feel the, if you open up your windows in your house and you get that cross breeze, you get that, just that nice feeling, and everything else. So yes, I would agree with that, Sonia, as well. So definitely with that. So looks like we got a few cold and basically, but yeah. All right. You're welcome. Sorry about that. But yeah, so to get back to that, Chasing for a Cause says, I like late night live streams. Nice, thank you. David Tokar says, I think I was born around the summertime. Sonia says, I have fibromyalgia, so my body temp is already off. Okay. Give me 1 second here, and I will be right back. So. All right, back at it. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for. I had to take care of something there real quick. Looks like David is heading out. Thank you so much, David, for being in here. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate that. So, have a great night there. So again, looks like we have a few who are cold weather fans versus warm weather fans as well. So good and great stuff there. So we just move on into here real quick. This just kind of gets into how does hail compare to other types of frozen precipitation? So again, I think we know overview of this, but we'll just kind of talk about it just briefly. The primary difference between frozen precipitation is how the different types grow and the maximum sizes of the individual particles. You're welcome, David. Thank you, brother. So snow forms mainly when water vapor turns to ice without going through the liquid stage. So this process is called deposition. Snow can form in the gentle updrafts of stratus clouds or at high altitudes in very cold regions of a thunderstorm. So snowflakes that most of us are used to seeing are not individual snow crystals, but are actually aggregates or collections of snow crystals that stick or otherwise attach to each other. That is why supposedly they say that not two snowflakes are ever the same snowflake. So that is why aggregates can grow to very large sizes compared to individual snow crystals. So again, snow obviously is not hail. It just gives us a little overview of that. Rappel are soft, small pellets formed when super cold water droplets at a temperature below 32 degrees freeze until a snow crystal, a process called riming. If the riming is particularly intense, the rimed snow crystal can grow to an appreciable size, but remain less than 0.2 inches. Rappel is also called snow pellets or soft hail, as the rappel particles are particularly fragile and generally disintegrated when handled. So a little bit of difference between normal hail that we're used to and rappel. So sleet, I think a lot of us are majority of us are familiar with what sleet is. Sleet are small ice particles that form from the freezing of liquid water drops such as raindrops. At ground level, sleet is only common during winter storms when snow melts as it falls and the resulting water freezes into sleet prior to hitting the ground. In thunderstorms, sleet is possible above the melting level where cloud droplets become supercooled and many instantaneously freeze when making contact with other cloud particles or debris such as dust particles. Sleet is also called ice pellets. So again, sleet is not the same as hail. Hail is its own definition, which we'll see here again. So hail is frozen precipitation that can grow to very large sizes through the collection of water that freezes onto the hailstone's surface. Hailstones begin as embryos, which include rappel or sleet, and then grow in size. Hailstones can have a variety of shapes and include lumps and bumps that may even take the shape of small spikes. Who in here has seen spiked hail before? Where it's not perfectly round, it looks like it's like a like it's spiked, things of that nature. So who in here has seen spiked hail? Hailstones must be at least 0.2 inches in size. So there you go. If you did not know that, hailstones must be at least 0.2 inches in size. That is the minimum to qualify for a hailstone. That's what it is. So there is a minimum requirement for that has to be met for it to be called or defined as a hailstone. And then we just get into some. So on the left here, it talks about, okay, this is hail here on the left picture. Now we're going to go from left to right. So hail is here in this left picture. Repel is right here in the second one here. The next we have sleet. And the next we have snow. So as you can see, difference in the form of different types of frozen precipitation there. So Shane says, never have seen spiked hail. Okay, awesome. It's not very, at least I don't think it's very common from what I have seen a lot, but if you look at the thumbnail of my stream here, the largest one found looks like it is spiked hail as well. So when you look at that, so Shane says he'll take the snow. Yeah, definitely. I think if I had to choose between these four, I think I would take the snow as well. There, brother Shane. So again, just a little bit of overview. The kind of different precipitation types of frozen precipitation. Sonia says, biggest hail I've ever seen here in Washington State is in between pea and marble size. So not very big there in Washington State, but nonetheless, it is big enough to potentially cause damage, and if not, collect on the roadway, which they can obviously cause damage as well if you are driving in it. So enough to be definitely cause some issues there. So thank you, Sonia, very much for that. So now we'll take a look into how do we detect hail from radar or inside radar. What do we use? So hail can be detected using radar. On Doppler radar, hail generally sends a return signal that looks like extremely heavy rainfall. So this is when we talked about before. I think you guys might remember, we talked just the other day about what's called dBz. So decibels by reflectivity with just Z. They just use Z as the reflectivity. So dBz, the higher up in dBz, the more intense that rainfall is, or the more intense that the hail is showing up on the radar. So usually the hail will show up on the radar as in like a very, very dark color, like maybe a black, very, very dark red, things of that nature. So when you look at hail on a radar, you can find what is called the hail core. And inside that hail core, you can look at what's called the dBz again and find where that hail core is at and be able to kind of trace where that hail is falling at on the radar. And again, that's going to really pretty much give you the highest dBz return when you look at the radar. So, but again, that reflectivity will be extremely, extremely dark. It might be pink, it might be black, whatever it is extremely dark. And that's where we can tell on radar where the hail is falling from. So, dual polarization radar technology. Now, dual polarization, I don't know if you guys remember before, but kudos to you if you remember me talking about it before. Dual polarization radar technology is stating that dual means two things, right? So 1, 2. So 1, it means that it's putting out a signal in a horizontal way, but it's also putting out a signal in the vertical. So it's dual. It's going horizontal. So it's scanning horizontally, and it's also scanning vertically. So that's what a dual polarization radar is doing. And that is what they upgraded pretty much all of the radars that we have in use today, the WSR 88s, are all equipped with dual polarization radar technology. That came in the early 2010s. I want to say roughly around 2013 was when when all the weather forecasting offices and all of the radar sites got the dual polarization upgrades. So again, dual means two. Dual means it's scanning horizontally and it's scanning vertically. So the dual polarization radar technology used by the NWS can help tell the difference between hail, ice pellets, and rain, and even determine hail size. So again, when it's scanning horizontally and it's scanning vertically, it can give us a return and help us determine that. So again, that's why you will see if you look at a normal typical storm or a typical supercell or typical whatever it may be, the deepest, darkest colors that you see on reflectivity are going to be the hail that you see. If there is hail present, it will be the darkest color. That's how it works on the radar. So that's how and that is reflectivity is what we use to look at the hail there. So questions, comments, concerns, thumbs up. Still 145 of you in here. Pretty well early in the morning. I guess late now, depending on what time it is your time. But very thankful for the 143 of you. Very thankful for Brother John sending a lot of you over here. Very thankful for that. But any questions on the radar part? Any questions that maybe I didn't cover? Anything that you want to add? Anything that you want to provide would be great, because this is a teach and learn session. We all teach each other and we all learn from each other when it comes to this. So, but again, radar is one of our best friends when it comes to hail, to understanding where that hail is at. So, yeah. So we got thumbs up from Shane. Thank you, brother. Got thumbs up from Debbie. Thank you very much, Sister Debbie there. Appreciate that. Looks like, yes, very thankful for all that. Very thankful for you guys with so we will move on to forecasting. So for hail forecasting, when forecasting hail, forecasters look for deep, moist convection in addition to these three basic ingredients. Adequate updraft to keep the hailstone aloft for an appropriate amount of time, like we talked about. It needs that strong updraft to hold the hailstone in place in order for it to, in order for the liquid particles to melt and become hailstone. So, sufficient supercooled water near the hailstone to enable growth as it travels through an updraft, and a piece of ice, snow, or dust for it to grow upon. So, again, when hail forecasting, the forecasters are looking at these three different bullet points here. So there is no clear distinction between storms that do and do not produce hailstones. You just never know. You never know if one storm is going to produce a hail and one isn't. There's no defining or set boundary that tells you if this storm is going to grow and produce hail and this storm is not going to. It's just not known. There is no distinction between those storms to understand that. So, in nearly all severe thunderstorms produce a hail aloft, though it may melt before reaching the ground. So sometimes you might see hail on the radar, but it's actually not hitting the ground, because it all just depends on the size of that and the speed at which it's falling and things of that nature. So it is highly possible that some of the hail might melt before reaching the ground, because when it comes falling out of the thunderstorm and it's reaching its terminal velocity speed, and it's getting into air temperatures of 90, 80 degrees, whatever the temperature is that day, it's going to melt pretty quickly when it falls through that. So, multi-cell thunderstorms produce many hailstones, but they are not usually very large. In the life cycle of the multi-cell thunderstorm, The mature stage is relatively short, so there is not much time for hailstones to grow. In contrast, supercell thunderstorms. So remember supercell, right? A rotating mesocyclone, so it's a rotating storm. That's what makes it supercell. Supercell thunderstorm have sustained updrafts that support large hail formation by repeatedly lifting the hailstones into the very cold air at the top of the thunderstorm cloud, where they can accumulate more layers of ice. So think about that. The hailstorm is kind of like it's thrown it up and it's kind of starts to fall back down, and the updraft takes it back up again, comes back down, the updraft takes it back up again, and so it kind of repeats that process until again the hailstone becomes too heavy or the updraft weakens. So again, it's kind of bouncing. It's kind of like a bounce, like a trampoline. It's kind of bouncing that hailstone back up and down, again, until those two things either take place. So in general, hail 2 inches or larger in diameter is associated with supercells. So a lot of supercells will have 2 inches or larger in diameter. So some pretty big size hail when it comes to that. So, but again, to give you kind of that visual, a lot of that hail is acting like it's the updraft is acting like a trampoline, and the hail is just jumping up and down off that updraft and going up and down, back up into the back up higher, back lower, back higher, back lower, back higher, back lower, until again those two things happen, that it gets too heavy or the updraft weakens, and then that's when the trampoline stops being a trampoline, or that's when the updraft stops being a trampoline and it falls back to the ground. So, so yes, in all cases, the hail falls when the thunderstorm updraft, again, as we talked about this several times, can no longer support the weight of the ice. The stronger the updraft, the larger the hailstone can grow, because again, it's holding more weight. The updraft is so strong, it's holding it up there in the layer of the atmosphere. So it's collecting more ice, it's bouncing back and forth, it's collecting more water that goes into the ice, and then it's growing, and growing. So again, stronger the updraft, the larger the hailstone can be. So when it comes to that. So very great stuff from the NWS there. Very awesome. Very great stuff. And I will link this in. I'll put this in the link of my stream here, so you can also grab it and look at it yourself as well, because this is just great. And again, this is just a high level overview 101, but it's enough to give us an understanding and clue of what is going on and what is happening in the atmosphere, to make large hailstones, or what hail is, how it forms, and how big it can get. So from that. So any questions, comments, before I move on to some interesting facts that maybe you don't know about. So I'm going to hit you with 8 facts about hail that you may not know about. So very excited for you all to be here. Again, if you are just tuning in, thank you for joining. Thank you for being here. Please like, please subscribe. It helps me out a lot. It just helps grow my channel, but it helps get the word out, to just help people, teach people. And again, I am a teacher, a coach, a tutor. I am all of that, but most importantly, I am also a student, and I am also a learner as well. So great to just always learn with you guys, be a student myself, and to just help teach a lot about weather. And so yes, just very thankful for that. But again, please like, please subscribe. Thank you for being here. Thank you all so much. I know a lot of you were in Brother John's stream for the majority of the day, and I know a lot of you have either been on YouTube for 8-9 hours, if not longer. So I do appreciate you staying on here and listening to me talk to you about weather and hail, most specifically. So when it comes to that, so it's very great stuff. And if you haven't looked at, and again, if you are new here, I have several other videos in this weather Um, in this weather series that I am doing. Everything from lightning, tornadoes, radar, things of that nature. So please go back and check that out, if you would please. So it looks like Lisa gives a thumbs up. Thank you very much, Lisa. So awesome of you. Thank you guys for being troopers, because I know you guys have been on Facebook quite a long time today, and so hopefully I can keep you entertained here for a little bit longer, and we can continue to have some great conversation here. So yeah, so let's move on then to 8 facts that you may not know, or you might know about hail. So, as I mentioned earlier, and we talked about earlier, was the biggest hail that fell. So, this is my thumbnail. So, as you can see, this is the little bowling ball that fell out of the sky. This thing weighed, and a picture really doesn't do it justice. If you would see this in person, you'd be really shocked to see the size of this in person. So if you look at here on the ruler, it starts about the 3-inch mark, and it goes to about the 11-inch mark. So, and again, this is some spiked hail. See how it has the spikes here coming up and going out. But this is like crystals growing on top of crystals. So what happened in, so what I can see, what happened here was the updraft just kept bouncing. So this was on a trampoline for a long time. It would hit the trampoline, went back up. Hit the trampoline, went back up. And by trampoline, I mean updraft. Updraft just treat it like a trampoline and bounce it back up. So you can see the ice crystals. You can kind of see here. There's layers right over here. So it just kept growing and growing and growing and growing. And look how the size of this thing. So again, we already talked about that being the largest, but that is what spiked hail looks like, and you can actually see how it got tossed back and forth up in the updraft to collect all of that ice on each other, or to make one solid stone, one solid ice rock. It's basically just a rock, but this guy was actually more than a rock. This guy was basically a 2-pound bowling ball falling down, hitting you in the head. So that's number one. Number two, we talked a little bit about the chart. When it comes to that, this gives a little bit kind of more overview of the chart a little bit. If you ever see I think it's funny. If you ever see 4.75-inch hail, you basically got DVDs falling down out the sky. Something that's kind of a comical image there. But nonetheless, we talked about these two as well. We talked about the sizes as well, so we won't dive into that. So, but this we'll talk about too. So, what size of hail is usually more associated with damage? So, or the type of damage that we see. So, hail size is often directly correlated with the type of damage it causes. So, as a general rule of thumb, this is a type of damage you can see from various hail sizes. So, if it's a 1/4-inch hail, which is 1 inch, which is 1 inch, you can start to see damage to shingles. Golf ball size hail, you can start to see dents on vehicles. So that's why when you see storm chasers out there storm chasing, and they show their vehicle, because they got around the hail or whatever it is, they basically need to only be in hail that is golf ball size or bigger to really start getting dents on their vehicles. Baseball size hail, you start seeing windows smash. Show of hands, show of thumbs. How many of us have been watching storm chasers, and the next thing you know, boom, a big old huge hailstone hits the windshield, and the windshield spiders, and the windshield cracks, and the windshield breaks. So we're talking basically baseballs coming down. So how many of us have seen that happen on a live stream? I know I have many times. So but let me know there, please. Softballs will start putting holes in your roof. So imagine you're sitting in your, in your home, and all of a sudden you start hearing like things hit up in the attic and things of that nature. Well, that's because a softball size hail has started to puncture holes in your roof because that's how quickly how fast it's falling, how strong it is. So softball size hail causes immense damage. Shane says he has seen uh, windshields smashed when watching live streams from storm chasers. Yes, I can think of. I believe I know Freddie for sure. Freddie McKinney. I've seen many of his streams where he has smashed a windshield. I believe Brother John maybe once or twice. I can't remember offhand. But yes, many different streamers I have seen them smash their windshields in while chasing storms. So it's actually kind of wild to watch. So Shane says Freddie a gazillion times. Yes, Freddie seems to be around the hail core or right around where the hail tends to be happening at quite a bit. I shouldn't say hail core because he is obviously more located by the updraft and more located by the mesocyclone. But as the RFD is circling back around and everything else, the RFD is circling back in wind, hail, and rain precipitation as well. So he's usually close to that precipitation. So, but sometimes he does drag through hail cores, or sometimes he does get close to hail cores as well. But yes, thank you, Brother Shane. We talked about that. There is a hail alley, as we talked about. So up there in Nebraska, Colorado, and Wyoming. So right around in this section, right here is what they call Hail Alley. So again, I did not know that, and so that's great information that I learned. And we get into the costliest U.S. hailstorm happened in a place you might not expect. The most expensive hailstorm in U.S. history hit the Phoenix metro area, which is not what you would expect. But this would be due to their monsoon times. I believe this is in October. I believe the monsoon is still going on at that time. I'm not 100% sure. But maybe close to that. An estimated 2.8 billion in damage was caused by that storm, according to the NOAA Storm Event Database. Phoenix is far removed from where the block of hail activity in U.S. occurred, which was outlined earlier. So yes, in Phoenix on October 5th, October 5th, 2010, it cost $2.8 billion in damage. So that is wild. And yes, I never would have guessed Phoenix myself because when you think of hail places, you do not think of Phoenix, Arizona as receiving hail. So, but yeah, and John, or as Shane says, of all places in the world, Phoenix, wow, yes. Myself too. I am definitely surprised when I saw that. So, but yes, $2.8 billion in Phoenix. But again, and they were probably just as shocked as everybody else was when that was happening because they're not used to that as well. So, number 6, hail is rarely deadly in the U.S., but it causes injuries. You have to go back more than a decade to find the last deadly hailstorm, or at least that is what is reported. The last one happened in March 2000 when a person was killed by a baseball to softball-sized hail in Lake Worth, Texas. There have been a couple of other reports of deaths in the U.S. in the last 100 years, one in Fort Collins, Colorado, the other in Lubbock, Texas. Injuries from large hail happen every year. One recent extreme example was in July 2023, so not too long ago, 3 years ago, when nearly 100 concert attendees at the Red Rocks, who in here are familiar with Red Rocks? Red Rocks is a great concert venue, one of the most well-respected and well-known places to play if you are an artist. So, but yes, happened at Red Rocks Amphitheater in Colorado. Were injured by hail up to 2 inches in diameter, according to the National Weather Service. So if you think about that, you got 100 people exposed, or you got tons of people exposed up there at Red Rocks, sitting up there in the rocks. It's like big seating rocks. For those of you who know, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So they're exposed to the elements, and it looks like 100 concert goers got injured off of that, and that was 2-inch hail. So that's good size hail. That again, that is smaller than baseball. That's roughly a little bit smaller than a tennis ball size hail. So, um, but again, big enough to hurt you and big enough to cause damage. So, when it comes to that, so um, and then we talked about this. Very large hail can fall at speeds over 100 miles per hour. We talked about that a little bit. So again, the larger the hail is, the faster it will fall down out of the sky. And number 8, supercell thunderstorms usually produce the largest hail. Yes, we talked about that too, a little bit as well. But besides that, as we can see here, this is kind of giving, I like this picture here because this is going to give an indication of what's happening here. Here's a classic supercell. You got the RFD coming down here on the west side over here. It's wrapping in. It's creating, now it's circling in and getting the inflow. It's breathing in the inflow, so now you get the hook echo. So this is where the mesocyclone is going to be. This is where the tornado would be if it dropped down at. But up here, you're going to be getting the hail core, which is going to be this pink and this dark black and everything else. But you can also get hail around here as well because of how the rear flank is pulling this hail from in here, and it's pulling it back down and wrapping it around here. So this is a good indication of where hail can be at in a storm. But the main part, the hail core, the hail is going to be right in this main big forward flank section. So it's a great indication, but yes, you can get big hailstones back here because of how the rear flank is pulling it back around and wrapping it around. So, but again, that's a very good that's a great visualization when it comes to that. So that's a classic looking supercell right here. So great stuff on that. That is, kind of 8 facts, which we kind of actually got spoiled a little bit by a little bit of the 101. So, but a few of these were maybe a little bit different, maybe something that you did not know, maybe something that you just learned when it came to that. So, a couple other things I want to point out about hail is you can see the hail shaft from, if you ever see hail in a storm and you see it falling, you can see the shaft, what's called a hail shaft, falling down out of the sky. So you can look off in the distance if you see a distant storm, and you see just like you can see rain shafts from storms. So you can see where the rain is coming down at in that storm. And that's the same thing for hail. You can see hail shafts with them falling down. So it's a good indication of where you definitely do not want to go either under that storm or be a part of where that storm is headed towards. That's one thing. The other thing is that hail, and I talked about it briefly before, but if you are new here and haven't heard before, hail will be associated with what is known as a green sky or a green hue look to the sky, because what you are seeing is a refraction of light when hail is coming down, and from the sunlight and sunlight, the surface light, and so when that's hitting the ground, the refraction of all that is turning that a green hue color. So that's why people a lot of times they'll say, "Oh, the sky turned green," like when they talk about tornadoes and things of that nature. But what they're really talking about is when they see that green sky, that means that there was hail in there, and that is a refraction of light that you are seeing. So the hail is what is causing the green sky. So how many in here have you seen a green sky? And what did you think about when you saw that green sky? So again, green sky means it's a refraction of hail, so there's definitely hail that is coming your way. So again, does not necessarily mean a tornado, but it does definitely mean that hail is coming your way. So, but yes, green never means anything good though. If you do ever see a green sky, out there inside a thunderstorm. It can be very menacing, look very ominous, look very mean, and but yeah. But a lot of times when you go back to people talking about tornadoes, things of that nature, they'll a lot of times will mention, "Oh, I saw a green sky. The sky turned green," and so a lot of times the folklore people would just automatically assume that if they seen or saw a green sky, oh my gosh, that means a tornado's on the ground or it's coming or things of that nature. Uh, no, it does not mean that. It just means that there is hail that is falling in that storm, and you're seeing the reflection of light when you see that. So, um, but again, a lot of tornadoes do happen though because of in severe storms they have hail. So again, it gets they get put together that way. But again, just so you are completely aware, um, just so you are completely aware, and I will show you because it's a good thing to kind of show you what that green sky kind of looks like. So if you're ever driving and you ever encounter what this green sky or what looks like, I will show you so you know not to ever drive into that. So, but yeah, so it's very, very good to know what you're getting into and to be able to visually pick it out so you can be weather aware and prepared at all times. Um, so it's good to know these things, even if you don't ever have to use this information, which is, I hope you would never have to use this information because definitely wouldn't ever there to be a bad storm around you or things of that nature. But just know that it is information that you can use. So So here, so we'll show you. I'll show you. Um, so yes, it'll look like this a lot. This first one here, and I'll click on. Let me click on this one. So if you see something like this, green, like a greenish hue, uh, that is strong presence of hail in it, but it does not necessarily mean that there is a tornado in it. But this green is the refraction of hail falling down. So a lot of times you will see the sky look like that in a very strong thunder, in a very strong supercell thunderstorm. Sometimes look like this. You'll see this coming, and then you'll go, that looks like the apocalypse. That looks freaking very weird, very strange. But again, this is all hail that is falling right in here. And you can see this is a massive amount of hail coming in here. So again, if you see something like this, know what you are getting into. And just know that you don't want to be a part of that. So a lot of that is uh, green skies when it comes to that. But yeah, that is how that's how the sky will look. And Shane says, "I've never seen anything like that." That's a really great thing that you have not, Shane, because unfortunately, a lot of people do. And again, if you ever do see this, that just means this thing is a monster hailstorm, and there also could be. You never know if a tornado is lurking back in there, but it doesn't mean that a tornado is in there. It just means that there is a huge, huge hail core, huge amount of hail, and it's so much hail that it's that the light that's getting refracted is it gives off that green hue, that green color tone. So sometimes it almost will look like a turquoise blue color as well too. But a lot of times this is what folks say when the sky turns green. This is what they're talking about. So, but again, hopefully that's a little bit of good information to kind of give you a visual that if you ever see anything like this, do not ever get under it. Do your best to stay away from that. Thank you, Christopher RMZ, for subscribing. Appreciate that so much. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for being here. It is now 12:40 Central Time. It is 1:40 Eastern Time. It is 11:40 Mountain Time and 10:40 Pacific Time. So awesome stuff. Thank you, Christopher, again, RMZ, for subscribing. Definitely appreciate your support, appreciate all of your encouragement. And as we can see, folks, I'm almost up to 1,700 subscribers. That is 1,700 more than what I ever thought I would get up to. So I'm so grateful and so blessed to have each and every one of you as a subscriber and as an encourager. Um, but more importantly, as a brother in Christ and as a sister in Christ. That is what is the most important thing. So thank you guys very, very much for that when it comes to that. So again, hail, what it is, um, what we, what it, how deadly it can be, how severe it can be, what it looks like, the different forms, how it forms, why it forms, um, and just again how destructive and how damaging that it can be, how fast it falls. So again, you're facing the larger. Sometimes you're facing 100-mile-per-hour fastballs falling out of the sky. So just picture Major League Baseball pitchers are just throwing hailstones at your head, falling out of the sky. So not the place you want to be when it comes to that. So, any questions, comments, anything like that, so we can continue this great discussion and start into our fireside chat segment. So, but yeah, so great stuff when it comes to hail. Again, a green sky. If you see a green sky, know that you are about to and probably come into some intense hail that's going to fall down on you. And again, about baseball sized hails will pretty much start smashing your windshield. But that also can be too, also depend on how fast you're driving and if you're driving directly into it. But they also can smash out your rear view mirror, or I mean your rear windshield as well. So a lot of folks just think that they're only going to smash your front windshield. No, they will actually break out and smash your back windshield as well too. So yeah, so let's get into some great chat here. Let's get into some great questions. Um, any other good stuff you guys want to point out or bring up regarding hail? Anything about storms? Anything about uh, severe weather? Anything of that nature? Um, think about that, and I think I'm going to get this tic-tac-toe game going so we can actually see if we can beat um, the tic-tac-toe computer over here. So let me see if I have this programmed correctly and get started on this tic-tac-toe guy over here in the corner. But think about any questions you have and then come right back to that when it comes to that. So let's see if I have it in there correctly. Let's see. Let's see if I did it right. Let's see if anything pops up. I think that's what I did. Let me see. Oh wait, I think I know what I did. So, let me see. Actually, I think it's this. So, give me 1 second here, and let me get this going because I think. Oh, I know what it is. I know what I got to do. So, I think it's. That's what. Try this one then. Trying a little different things here. I thought I set them up. Okay, there we go. Hey, look, we got an X up there. You see that? We got an X up here. Yes, Shane, you do. So, uh, So Shane, if you type in exclamation point tick and then put 2 or put anything besides 1, so it's 1 through 9. So if you put anything from 2 through 9, something should pop up or might pop up there. So try exclamation point tick and then it's gotta be tick, TIC, and then put like 2. Put like exclamation point tick 2 and see what pops up. And see if an O pops up. Yeah, let's see if an O happens to generate when it comes to that. So might take a few seconds here to generate when it comes through or not. But yes, you guys do have all of the same functionality as I do. I opened it all up. But let's see if it pops up here. So so let's see. But we definitely got 1 in there. We got the X in there. Let's see. Maybe if I restart it, maybe. It's pretty fun though. I saw it on there, so let's go to okay. Yeah, let's see. But yeah, but let me work on that in the background for a second. But yeah, so yeah, any questions, comments, anything more about Hail or anything else, and then we'll jump into some fireside chats here. But please let me know, and I'm gonna take a look at this game widget real quick. I gotta look at the properties of it, and then all right, somebody type in the exclamation point tick 2 and see if that comes up now. Let's see if that comes over. I just restarted it, so cleared it out. Let's see if you get anything here. Maybe okay. I think maybe it's counting down too quickly. So what if I jump in here real quick again? What if I do see if that actually works on my end. Let's see. If not, I'll have to fix it for next stream. But anyways, all right. Let me try that again though. Let me try. Let's see. If not, I'm not gonna worry about it now. But oh, looks like we got an X and looks like we got an X and an O in here now. So I think it's just gotta go quick with it. So I think it's gonna be like I tick 3, I tick 4, whatever. this kind of see. So, but that's how that would work. What did I miss here? Shane. Shane says, it seemed like the lightning was very close to the ground in Minnesota earlier today. What would cause it to be so close to the ground, and as opposed to higher in the sky? So great question. When we talked about lightning before, so current things. So, oh, looks like whoever is X, whatever is X there, is going to possibly has a shot to win that. So, um, but um, but yes, but Shane, to get back to your question. So cloud to ground, right? So what is it looking for there? Cloud to ground. So it's it's actually it's I don't know if you're here for the lightning discussion or not, but for the lightning, it's actually for the cloud to ground. It's actually pulling from um, actually stuff on the ground is actually sending up sparks to the lightning to the energy. So it's negative lightning, or it's negative meeting positive charges. So so a lot of times when there's cloud to ground, what's causing that is that the energy in the cloud, the lightning is actually being pulled from certain structures on the ground. So whether trees, buildings, things of that nature. So anytime it does that, it's stronger. So anytime it's getting pulled in from something that's stronger on the ground as opposed to being stronger in the cloud. That's why we get cloud to ground lightning, is because of that negative and positive interaction between each other. So again, that's what would cause it to be like a cloud to ground versus a cloud to cloud. So it just all depends on how strong that elect that charge is, that current is. So yeah, so if it goes over a building or it goes over anything, and it's got a strong charge there, and it is the opposite of negative, so it's positive. So yeah, so again, that's what would be grabbing it from the ground as opposed to the cloud, because it has more of more of a electrical current there, and that's what's grabbing it. So hopefully I explained that a little bit to help you there. If not, let me know and I will explain that again. Um, oh, it got blocked. Somebody blocked it. Somebody blocked it. Still a chance to win though. But yes, Shane, let me know. But again, it's the negative and positive charge, and again, it's the cloud where it's drawing in the most electrical charge from, and when it meets that. So again, hopefully that um, give you a little bit of help there. Oh, Shane says that Sonya Black. Oh, uh oh, uh oh. Somebody better block the O. Somebody better block the O. Uh oh. There's only one spot left. There's only one spot left. Somebody, you better not let O take it. I think it's spot. Is it spot 8 or 9? I can't see. I think you might have to space the number. I think it's like I tick and then space the number. Like I don't know if it goes when it comes to that, but let's see if O gets blocked. Let's see if is it not 9 then? I thought it was space 9. Maybe not. Um, Whoever can put an O in there, if O can get in there, O is going to win. Who is it going to be? But yes, so hopefully Shane that kind of made sense to that, but but that is the difference between why sometimes we get CGs and sometimes why we get cloud to cloud for. So yeah, it must not be 9. I can't see the number. All right, let me blow it up. Let me blow it up. Oh no, it is 9. It is number 9. Oh, it says playing chat's turn right now. So type it in right now. You got 3 seconds. Now it's restarting. Okay. Oh, here you go. Now type it in. If you type it in right now, it has to go when it says playing chat's turn. So that's when it has to be put in. Let's see if you got it. Try it now. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see who's going to get it. Let's see who's going to. Oh! Oh! X got it. X got it. X blocked it. So this guy right here is counting down. It's a timer. And when it says playing chat's turn, that's when you have to play it. So when it goes to that. So, but there you go. Yep. When it comes to that. So it's a fun little game to play on the side there if you, obviously want to play that. So when it comes to that, oh my gosh, I got so many boxes here. But I would keep that larger over here on the screen, just so we can all see that. Make it a little bit bigger so easier to see. But yeah, so but yeah, that's how you play the tic-tac. That's how you play the tic-tac-toe game. So I don't know. It might be delayed. It might be behind. It might not catch the inputs right away. So that's a great question, Shane. When it comes to that, so it might be lagged. I don't know. It's through Streamlabs. So, but yeah, because if I let me jump in here. If I type, I'm just typing in a thing real quick. So let me see if that does anything. Oh, maybe I didn't play it when I was supposed to play it. Oh no, I did. Okay, so there's an X there now. Oh. Oh, you know what this is? Probably. You know what this is? I'm assuming it's us against the computer. So I'm assuming that we're X's, like everybody in chat are X's, and then the computer is O's. I believe that's what it is. I could be wrong. So we should see an X pop up here for yep, and then an O should probably pop up. Okay, yep. So the computer is playing the O's. So we are the X's. That's who we are. So it looks like a good play would be number 8. Number 8 would be a good play for X. So, but that's the way that it looks. So it's us against the computer there. So when it comes to that. So, and then, yeah, of course we got blocked. Yes. That's just going to be that's going to be number 2. And then number 2 to block that. But that's how we play the tic-tac-toe game, which is pretty cool. I also believe that you can do. I set up another game. What was the other game I set up? It was. What was it? I think if we type in. Can't remember if this works or not. Jane says, this reminds me of the movie War Games. Hello, Professor Falcon. Would you like to play a game? Yep. I don't know if iGamble is going to work. I have to remember all these freaking things that I put in. That should block it there, Shane. If you put in I tick 2, that should block the whenever it comes. Um, or maybe not, but whatever. I digress. So cool stuff. But that's how you play the tic tac toe game there. So um, if you ever want to play it down there, you just type that in and play against the good old computer there. So um, when it comes to that, and I make sure I have the other games set up as well too. But besides that, okay, so I got 105 of you in here as we're sitting here talking about tic tac toe and whatnot. But good stuff on Hale, good stuff on everything else. Hopefully, you guys learned a lot there, when it comes to that. So, and when it comes to that, so but very good stuff. Definitely appreciate that. Definitely appreciate still the 104 of you that are still in here right now currently. When it comes to being here at 1 a.m. My time, 101 actually a.m. Central, 201 Eastern, 1201, actually 1202 now, Mountain, and 1102 Pacific time. So just very great stuff. Been streaming now for just a little over 2 hours, so it's been going great for the first 2 hours, and like always, it's always going great. It's always great to see everybody that's in here. I am working on still getting to stream multi-stream to Facebook, so setting that up. That is still in the works. I am most likely going to probably start a Twitch account soon too, so I can be able to simultaneously stream to Twitch as well when it comes to that, so I can reach more people across all platforms to be able to just help with that and grow and talk and teach and learn. But this is what I consider my, and there's still more to come, what I consider um, my weather series, my teaching on weather series. After I get done teaching on the weather series, which there's still a lot of weather topics to discuss and still to go over. So don't worry about that. Still going to be teaching about weather here for quite some time, but then I will move on to a different subject and teach about that. So hopefully that will be a subject that you guys are all into and will be a part of. So definitely appreciate that. So when it comes to that. Shane says, how fast have you seen a storm build as far as height? Like to top up to 60,000 feet? Yes. They can get 50 some thousand, 60,000 feet, 65,000. I mean, they can grow. They can grow as fast as, because they can only reach a certain limit, certain height once they get up to the tropopause, and then they will obviously become an anvil, and they can't go up any farther and make any more convection, or they cannot blossom any further. So yeah, 50,000 feet, 60,000 feet. So they do get extremely tall. And usually when you have them equitops up that high, that tall, you usually have some very powerful storms because they usually have such a very strong updraft. They usually have a lot of hail in them. They usually have things of that nature. So, so that is how that. But yes, definitely really high when it comes into that. So, oh no, oh no, Shane, what'd you do, brother? What'd you do, man? Oh no. Oh, Shane got us defeated. He got us beat over there. Uh, when they come, oh no, it's all right, Shane. We all mess up. We all mess up, buddy. So, when it comes to that, so, but but yeah, very tall, brother. Very tall when it comes to that. So, but yeah, so it's uh, get your redemption in, Shane. Make sure you get it this time. So, um, when it comes to that, so, um, so awesome stuff there, brother. But yeah, but again, this will be, like I said, this is all part of my weather series. And again, this will be going on for quite some more longer time. But then I'll jump into a new topic and teach that for quite some time as well. So, but yeah, um, did not register your three? Try that again. Yeah, I take three. Then yeah, looks like I didn't get it. So I can actually make the, let me, because 10 seconds sometimes isn't long enough to get that in there. So let's go to this. Let's go to. Oh, what? That's not the right one. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, but yeah. Oh, 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 Shane. If you play I6, you're guaranteed to win. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Redemption. Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, I didn't see that either, dude. Oh no. Oh no, I didn't even see that. The computer was way smarter than me at that point. Oh no. The computer was totally smarter than me. I didn't even see that was open. That's funny though. But yeah. Uh but it's awesome when it comes to that. So, but great stuff there, yeah, when it comes to the hail and everything else. But yeah, I'm thankful for all you in here right now. Still thankful for all that. So I got 101 of you in here. Uh, but so thank you for being here. Thank you for your just all your generosity. So grateful for all you guys. I am actually getting very, very close to being able to become a YouTube partner. So I'm getting close to that. Um, I just need uh, some more watch time hours. And besides that, but once I hit the criteria for the watch time hours, I will be able to become a YouTube partner. So that I'm very excited about. I'm very excited to grow, very excited to learn. And also, I'm still going to be working on my 7 and 7 series. So I have a great idea that's still set up for my next video, which would be the 7 rare facts in 7 minutes. So it'll be about an 8-minute video with all of the dialogue and everything else. So still working on that behind the scenes, working on becoming a YouTube partner. Um, so it all just depends. So but very thankful for you guys. Shane says, so how long was it that you saw a storm build to 55 plus 1,000 feet an hour or so? They can go sooner than that. It can go as there's really no time. I mean, once you have convection and you have the proper ingredients and the proper atmospheric conditions, I mean, it can blossom and quickly. There's times where storms just explode in 20 to 30 minutes and they're already at 50, 50 some thousand feet. So, I mean, really, yeah, they could definitely inside of an hour for sure. But so yeah, there's really nothing. I mean, really, it's really the instability that's in the air. It's really all of the. It just all depends on the conditions, the atmospheric conditions. So sometimes, 20, 30 minutes. Sometimes it can be longer. But yeah, I mean, if you ever watch, sometimes you watch some storms, like if they once they hit like a very volatile, very strong environment, they can blossom real quickly. I mean, we're talking 10, 20 minutes and it's already into like a full-blown supercell, like 50,000 feet in the air, 60,000 feet, so already super, super far up. And that just all again depends on the atmospheric conditions that are going on. So it's not really a one size fits all when it comes to that. Yeah, give me a few minutes, lady. Love you. But yeah, so it's not a one size fits all when it comes to that. Uh, and so yeah, so it takes again, yeah. So there's quite a bit of storms I can point you in the direction of. There's a lot of storms, like especially like some very strong tornadoes that have spun up within 10, 15, 20 minutes of the storm actually just getting started. So I mean, there's again, atmospheric conditions is what drives that. So Debbie says, "Hey John boy, hopefully we found out what's wrong with my brother." Okay, great. I'm glad you brought that up, Debbie, because that was going to be part of one of my questions. And I did pray for your brother, Jason. I believe that you said that's what his name is. So hopefully, um, you know, he is doing better. So he's got real bad vertigo and he's on meds for it, and he goes back to work soon. Vertigo is sucks, and I know that because I've had vertigo before, and it's horrible. It's a horrible feeling, uh, and a feeling that I absolutely, obviously, do not like having. So I would be praying for Jason again, though. For Jason again, Debbie. So thank you so much for that, for the update on what's going on with that. Um, hopefully he can. Hopefully the meds help. Obviously the prayers will obviously help the best, but hopefully the medicine helps as well. And if the medicine does as it's intended to work and helps him out. So again, I will be praying for Jason again for that. So but yeah, so very great stuff. Very cool stuff. And again, but Shane, you brought up a great point. I mean, it's just, and I'm glad you brought it up a little bit about, how long things can take and stuff because, again, it's atmospheric conditions and some things can shoot up very, very quickly and some take longer to develop depending, again, on the atmospheric conditions. So, and one thing that helps you to see inside the height or see the height of a storm is on radar. You can look at echotops and see like kind of where the highest, it'll show you where the highest precipitation is at and things of that nature. So just very very cool stuff when it comes to that. So it's um it's very very cool when it comes to that. So I actually am going to I'm still going to be streaming. So if you guys are still here, I appreciate that. That's awesome. I will be streaming probably at least for the next 2 to 3 hours. I'd like to get like 4 to 5 hours in the streaming, but I have to put uh, my son, our son, to bed here, and I will be back in about 10 minutes. So it is 1:13 my time. I'll be back on here right around. Let's call that right around like 125 ish, somewhere right around that time. But yeah, but please stick around. If not, God bless you. Thank you so much. And we will continue the chat. But I am not ending my stream. I will be back on in about 10 minutes. So I look forward to seeing you guys here in about 10 minutes. Thank you very much. All right, I am back. Thank you guys so much for waiting and staying in here. Still 91 of you in here. Awesome. Thank you so much for still being in here. Definitely highly appreciate that. So, looks like still got Jonathan in here. Looks like we still got Debbie in here. Still got Sonia in here. Still got oh, so we got Jonathan in. Oh, yeah. What's up? For some reason, I read that as Shane. Uh, Good to see you, brother Jonathan. I don't know if Shane is still in here or not, but he was in here a little bit ago. Um, Good to see you, brother Jonathan. Though, good to see that you're in here. Um, from that, so Shane's still in here. Awesome. Good to see you, Shane. Uh, Still got 94 of you in here. So definitely appreciate that. But yeah, so just to recap, we talked about hail, sizes, shapes, speed, what causes hail. So sort of some of the climatology and the meteorology side of it. Um, and talked about just all the kind of some good, cool facts about hail. Um, how the up, how what keeps it afloat, or what keeps it up, how it gets bounced back up and forth up the updraft like a trampoline, and then it comes back, and then it comes back down when two things happen: if the updraft weakens, or if the hail becomes too strong for the updraft, or too heavy for the updraft, I should say. And that is how hail comes back down to flying down out of the storm. So, very cool stuff from that. Very cool. So, um, but yeah, so hopefully you guys learned quite a bit, learned a lot from that. When it comes to that, so very, very awesome. Very thankful for that. Um, and Yeah, so it's a lot of good stuff. And remember, if you ever see a green sky, you know that's going to be a lot of hail that's inside of that when you see that. So definitely do not go anywhere near a green sky if you can stay away from it. So, um, but yeah, um, but very good stuff when it comes to hail and learning about hail and the damage that it can cause. The largest hailstone that's ever been measured in the United States, and things of that nature. So, when it comes to that, so again, that's the hail topic. That's the overview of what we learned and what we discussed a little bit earlier in the stream. Uh, so again, you can play tic tac toe in the corner there if you type in exclamation point tick followed by a space, and then a number between 1 and 9. And we are X, and then um, the computer is O. So, um, it's, but yeah, so then you can play that if you'd like to play that um, as you follow along and just have some fun here. But when it comes to that, so I didn't get the chance to watch all of Brother John's live stream today. So, what is something that somebody could point out to me in the stream that was pretty cool that you guys seen him in his stream happen? So, um, and one thing, you can type into anybody can type this into chat, and that is if you type in exclamation point, uh, Papa John, um, if you type in exclamation point Papa John, his thing should pop up, and we got it there. So there now, there's Brother John's link to Brother John's YouTube channel. So if you type it in like that, you will see exactly how I typed it in. You will see a link to his YouTube channel. So, and if you also type in exclamation point and then Freddy, you should also see, like I typed in as well, you should also see that as well for Freddie McKinney's as well. So you could type in or you could type in exclamation point Papa John the same way like I did, and exclamation point Freddie like I did as well, and those will pop up. So good things to know there. So when you see that, you will see their stream links and their streams pop up. So when it comes to that, but let me see what I missed here. I missed Jonathan says, "Is there a hail alley like Tornado Alley?" Yes, it's a great. I'm glad you pointed that out. We actually learned about that tonight. So there is a hail alley here in the United States, which I was not familiar with. So I learned about that when I was researching for the teaching tonight. Um, and I believe a lot of other of us learned that as well. So when it comes to that, um, but so Hale Alley, and according to the National Weather Service here in the United States, is made up of Colorado, Wyoming, and Nebraska. So those right where those states meet up at, right around there, um, that's where kind of in that corridor there. If you look on the map there around that region, that is what they call Hale Alley, right around there. So according to the National Weather Service, that section right around there at the confluence of those three states gets about 7 to 9 hail days a year. So that, if you think about that on a yearly average, that is about a week's worth, if not a little bit more, of hail. So yeah, so quite a bit of hail damage done over there in Hale Alley. So that is, yes. So there is a Hale Alley. Great question, Jonathan. Awesome. Very great stuff there. So very good for you to ask that question. It's awesome. Great question from that. So I'm gonna make sure I didn't miss anything else. Shane says, how intense the lightning was in Minnesota. Oh, okay. So talking about Brother John's stream, I'm assuming. So quite a bit of intense there. I did see there was a tornado warning in Minnesota. I didn't happen to see exactly where it was at, but I did see there was one earlier today for Minnesota. Uh, but I don't know if Brother John was on that storm or not when it came to that. So, um, but yeah, but great question, Jonathan. Great question. Glad you're here, brother. Great question, on that. So, when it comes to that, so, and then I do believe also I have it set up to where if we type in exclamation point, and I'll type it here in chat, Outlook. I believe if we type that, um, that should pop up. I believe I set it up. I believe that's going to pop up the Outlook to the SPC Outlook, I believe. Let me see if anything pops up or not. I can't remember if I set that up fully or not, but I thought I did. But we will see here. So I know I have quite a bit of few things set up, and if not, I'll have to reset it up. But at least oh, looks like we have a new subscriber, Stefson Rodriguez. So thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you so much for being here. Definitely highly appreciate that. Thank you so much. So thank you so much for your support. Appreciate it. So I thought I had it set up. Let me check. I thought I had that set up. Um, so that's kind of where's it at? So, but anyway, I forgot. But definitely I got Papa John set up. Got uh, Freddy's set up. Let me see if I don't think it is case sensitive, but let me try it with a capital O then. I don't think it was case sensitive. I don't. Maybe I didn't set it up yet, but maybe I was thinking about it. I don't know. Either way, it'll be set up to where we can see the warning. So, for that. So, or we can see the a quick way to get to the um, Outlook and anything like that. But anyways, I will end up fixing that. So, but good. Oh, looks like we got Nessie in here. So, thank you so much, Nessie, for joining in, for being a part. Definitely appreciate that. Good to see you in here tonight. Very awesome. So glad you're here. Um, Nessie, if I believe from our previous conversation, you are from Scotland, if I'm not mistaken. So very cool stuff. They have people in here from the UK, people in here from Ireland, people here from England, people here from Scotland. Um, and yes, for us Americans, at least for me, I have looked it up many, many times. And sometimes I still can't tell you sometimes what the difference is between the United Kingdom and Great Britain. And I've looked it up multiple times myself. So, but if any one of you from the UK can give a great explanation what the difference is between Great Britain and the United Kingdom, that would be awesome. So, but again, I have looked it up many times because I'm sure I have probably used it wrong in the wrong sense of explaining some geography to somebody. And I probably said Great Britain when it was the UK, and I probably said UK when it was Great Britain, and all this other stuff. So, uh, but yeah, it can be confusing, at least to somebody over here like me from the US. Uh, so, when it comes to that, but good stuff. That I do know that there's England. I do know there's Wales. I do know there's Scotland. I do know there's, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe Northern Ireland and Ireland, but I could be wrong on that. Uh, but you people over there in the UK would know a lot better than myself. So uh, when it comes to that, so and Nessie says Scotland wants to be independent from England. Okay. And Jonathan says the difference is Great Britain is still in the World Cup. That is the difference. So you mean is that okay? UK is made up of four countries, I believe. Yeah, it gets to me. Yeah, he starts. I just get a little bit confused on that. So okay, so Great Britain includes Northern Ireland. Okay. Yeah, that gets. I don't know. It gets. Yeah, like I said, it gets a little confusing to myself. So when it comes to that, but anyways, pretty cool stuff on that. Um, Jonathan says UK is England, Ireland, and Wales. Okay, so that's the U. Oh, so Scotland is not part of the UK. Oh, then I. What did I think that was part of the UK for? So, um, but see, maybe I was wrong on that. So, or looks like I was wrong on that. So, so Jonathan's saying the UK is England, Ireland, and Wales. Okay, so that is the UK. So, uh, yeah, for some reason I thought British Isles includes Scotland. Okay, all right, yeah, we're gonna need like a whole. Maybe one of y'all can teach us a geography lesson on that from over there or something because that just gets confusing um, from that part. So, well, cool. I forgot all about the British Isles. So when I was saying that, so but anyways, whether it's part of well, at least England is still in the World Cup, and you guys have a big matchup coming up with against Norway. So you guys, I'm sure, are pretty stoked and happy about that. It looks like the U.S. got beat today. So um, Jonathan says you have United Kingdom three countries. British Isles has four countries. England, Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland. What is what is that? What's just so I know, Nessie? What are you referring to there? Um, England, Wales, Scotland. Oh, was that the British Isles? Or is that Great Britain? Oh, okay. That might be the British Isles then. Okay. England and Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland. Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, you guys know better than myself, so and I've looked it up many times. Okay. Shane says Great Britain. Okay. But yeah, but nonetheless, you guys should be pretty happy with England still being in the World Cup because I know that you guys are a huge, well, you guys call it it's known as football to you guys, but we call it soccer. Uh, so, but you guys, I know that's a huge football is huge over there. Um, so I'm sure that you guys are still happy that England is still in the World Cup. And excuse me there, but I took a drink. So, um, but yeah, um, yeah, Jonathan, you can teach us when you move here. That'd be awesome. Give us a history, give us a geography lesson about that. So, um, when it comes to that, so Nessie says she is a proud Scot. Actually, I hope you would be because that is your homeland, just like I'm a proud American. So we should all be proud of where we come from. So, sure, Jonathan is a proud Brit. Yeah, I don't know. They call it Englishmen, Brits. I don't know. Something like that. Correct me if I'm wrong. Um, yeah, definitely should be proud of them. Definitely a proud American. You don't have to agree with everything that goes on in your country. I don't agree with uh, certain things, and you don't have to agree with everything, but you should definitely still be proud of where you come from. So, and be proud of your heritage and be proud of the country that you're from. So, so definitely there. So, great job, Nessie. Um, Huge fan of Scotland myself. Never been there, but a huge fan of like the bagpipes and like the music, just like the culture, the scenery, just all that. A very big fan of that stuff. So Jonathan says he was born in Malta. Okay, excuse me, I gotta take a drink again. So Shane, uh, Shane says I don't agree with Chicago sports teams. I do, Shane. So well, everybody but the White Sox. So I am Shane. You're from? What you say, Colorado? So you're probably a Denver guy then. You're probably all Denver Broncos and Denver Nuggets, um, maybe Colorado Rockies. Um, if you're out that way. Oh no! Wait, no. You told me Yankees one time, right? You told me Yankees. I think you say, yeah. I think you told me Yankees. Correct me if I'm wrong, Shane, but I thought that's what you told me, right? Jonathan says Shane's a Nugget. Okay, good. Broncos are good. They were really great last year, that's for sure. Um, I definitely like Bo Nix. Bo Nix is I'm definitely a fan of his for sure. Uh, Yankees for sure. Definitely a huge fan of Aaron Judge. One of my favorite players is Aaron Judge. And Avalanche are not too bad. I grew up actually liking the Avalanche more than I do now. I liked it when they had like Joe Sakic and Peter Forsberg and all those guys back in the day. Um, but nowadays they have Nathan McKinnon and a couple other great players there too. Um, but yeah, but definitely Avalanche are really good. But I am a well, for number one, I'm a Blackhawks fan. But after that, I like David. Or I mean, I'm sorry, I like Connor McDavid. I'm a big Connor McDavid fan, so I like the Oilers after after the Blackhawks. So when it comes to that stuff, so well, hockey's fun. Hockey's great to watch too. Been to several Blackhawks games. Been to several Blackhawks games, several Cubs games, several Bulls games, several Bears games. Hmm. So Jonathan says he's going shopping later with his tax return. Awesome. Um, that's a great question. I didn't, so you guys obviously too have to file taxes over there in the UK then as well, or England, and you guys have to pay taxes and file your taxes in. So um, same like here in the US. Um, so seems there are taxes everywhere. Everywhere we go, there are taxes. So do you guys have uh, the value added tax, the VAT? Or I know like Spain and places like that do, but I'm not familiar if like England does or Scotland does or them places have what's the known as a VAT, value added tax. So Jonathan says I like the Seattle Mariners. Okay, I like not a huge fan of. I mean they're not like I like dislike them, but definitely when they had Ichiro with great baseball player for them. So you guys have a 20. Oh, Nessie's saying yeah they got 20% VAT. Uh, Jonathan says we pay tax and national insurance. So you guys have free healthcare over there? Is it free healthcare? Or I mean like national healthcare? How does that work over? Because in the United States, there's 1,000 million different insurance companies, so it's not nowhere near a national insurance or anything like that. Um, so I don't know. Let me know how that works over there, because I do know some countries have like a national free healthcare type thing. So um, like they say free, I don't know if it's actually really free, but I don't know how that works. So Nessie says we file self-assessment forms a year if you earn over 1,000. I believe that's euro. Or correct me if I'm wrong. Or pounds, 1,000 pounds. Correct me if I'm wrong. Um, um, and national health insurance or national health service. Okay. National health service is free. Sonia says I miss when Randy Johnson was with the Mariners. Yes, I grew up watching Randy Johnson. He was awesome. Him and Ken Griffey Jr. That was as well as Ken Griffey Sr. as well. They were both very awesome. So with the Mariners there. Shane says Johnson hit the healthcare here is very different when you get here. Just so you know, you will not have universal healthcare when you get to the United States. Um, that's Nessie says, but NHS is going downhill, so I reckon in 10 years it may be we have to pay a certain amount. Okay. So I do know some countries do that. Some countries do have the like universal healthcare or UHC as it's called, and other places have like we have here in the United States, where it's not universal healthcare. It is determined by whatever company you go with, and there's again, it seems like there's millions of difference of insurance, medical insurance companies that always want your money, and so yeah, so it's very different here in the United States. You can choose to go usually at work. You can usually get it through your work, or you can choose to get it what's called on the public market or what's called the marketplace. um, insurance as well. So, but yeah, when it comes to that, so it's kind of cool. But it's cool to learn about different systems, how different systems work overseas in different places. So, when it comes to that, so but yeah, I don't know. I think Canada has a universal healthcare system. I could be wrong on that too, uh, but I just know here in the United States, the insurance companies, um, there are a lot of them. So there are a lot of them when it comes to that. Um, and there's a lot of money. There's billions of dollars in that industry. Um, so I'm sure that's probably a point and playing point as well when it comes to that. So, but yeah, so good. Thank you for letting me all. Thank you for all that good geography information. Thank you for that good healthcare information. How that works over there. Value added tax as well. When it comes to that. Um, Nessie says it's sad, but maybe that's the way it's going to be. Even though be loads of people who can't afford to see a doctor like myself. I see one every week with all my problems. Oh wow. So Jonathan or Nessie's answering me this question. So I mean, I know England and Scotland are two different countries in Wales, and so if you want to travel between them, do you guys still have to have a passport in order to uh, get into those countries, or can you just uh, into them without having a passport because you're part of the United Kingdom or whatever it is? How does that work for like passport wise and traveling between uh, countries like that over there on the British Isles or whatever it may be? So Jonathan says nope. Nessie says no. Okay, so you guys can just travel freely between the countries. Shane says I saw on a stream where when Canada issues a thunderstorm warning or blizzard warning, tornado, the whole country gets it. That's very interesting. Oh, that would seem very strange, Shane, if that's correct. If because Canada's large, so I mean, if there was like tornado warning like 3,000 miles into the west, um, yeah, so there's no reason for you know if Edmonton has a tornado warning, there's no reason for Ontario to get that. I mean, yeah, there's no reason for Toronto to get the alert of that. So that's bizarre if that's the way it is. Um, Jonathan says no, like the U.S. and Canada. Um, So yeah, so in the U.S. and Canada, we still have to have our passports to still travel between, especially in the air. We have to have the passport. So like if I wanted to fly into Canada, I had to have my passport. Now I can also use what's called a passport ID, which is a little ID card. So it's like a driver's license. I can use that as well at the border point, but I still have to have that. I technically just can't cross into Canada there. Um, so um, Mexico maybe differently, um, but besides that, um, not 100% sure. I've never, but I do know going into Canada though. In Canada, you do have to have a passport, even from here from the United States, because Canada is very very strict on who they let in to their country. So they do a lot of They do a lot of high uh, background checks on you in there to make sure you're not like a wanted fugitive. Make sure you're so they do a lot of different stuff before they even let you into the country. So looks like we got I just saw a name pop up. Julie. Hey Julie, good to see you tonight. So glad that you're here tonight. Thank you so much for joining in. Thank you so much for your definitely Um, Definitely for all your support there, Julie. Appreciate that. Looks like we got Moderate Motley's in here. So thank you so much, uh, Motley, for being here. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for being part of this great weather community. Thank you so much for storm chasing and doing a lot of just great help there in the community. So thank you so much. Again, definitely highly appreciate that. Um, so glad that you could be here and join in and be a part of this discussion. So um, and I know you're new here, Motley. So thank you so much. But my chats are at the beginning of my streams is when I would teach the topic of whatever weather topic that is. Tonight's topic was hail. So when we got into that, that will always be taught at the beginning of the stream. So just very awesome stuff. That's the cadence. That's the way that it works. And then we get into fireside chats and tornadoes and talk about severe weather and whatever else is going on with us. And we just learn from each other and we grow from each other. But again, if you are just joining in, there's 89 of you. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully you enjoyed the teaching today, the session today on hail. So thank you so much for just helping so much, for being a part of it. And again, if you're new here, please like and subscribe. Helps me out, and it helps just everything. So gracious for all of you when it comes to that. And it looks like Sonia says, John Boy Moderate Motley is my chaser that I told you about in Virginia. Yes, I remember that, Sonia. So I went and looked him up. I think it was yesterday or the day before, and I looked at some of his videos, and then I subscribed to his channel. So very thankful for that. Very good on that. So Nessie says, "What's the largest hail recorded?" That is 8 inches. That is 8 inches. Um, 8 inches that fell on June 23rd, 2010, up in Vivian, North Dakota, or South Dakota, is one of those two. Is one of the Dakotas there, but 8 inches in diameter. So diameter again is diameter is measured as from the left side of the circle to the right side of the circle, and going passing through the middle. So again, that is the same diameter as we talked about earlier a little bit, Nessie, before you came in here. So 8 inches basically is the same diameter as a bowling ball. A bowling ball in diameter is 8.5 inches. So it is so basically that hailstone was 8 inches big, weighed almost 2 pounds. It was basically 1 pound and 15 ounces, but just one more ounce and it was 2 more pounds. So just for rounding up, we say 2 pounds in the weather community. So it was a 2 pound, basically a 2 pound bowling ball. Obviously not the same circumference as a bowling ball, but still same diameter as a bowling ball. So it was basically a 2 pound bowling ball falling at 100 miles an hour plus, falling out of the sky. So could you imagine that, Nessie? A big old 2 pound, 8 inch bowling ball coming at your head. So that is very, very wild, to say the least, when it comes to that. So, but yeah, please do. If you guys haven't yet, please subscribe to Moderate Motley as well. So great storm chaser, at least from the videos that I've seen, and from how Sonia obviously talks about him as well. So yeah, so please subscribe to Moderate Motley if you have not yet, and help him grow his community as well, and help us grow the weather community all around in general. So. And then we also get another So we also get a there's also another uh, uh, he's a young, yeah, and this is how we need to support, how I believe that we need to support the weather community, and just but there's a young YouTuber. He's just like Max and Ryan Hall, but it's uh, Cruz Haynes, I think his name. I know it's Cruise, but I think the last name is Haynes. But he's just a younger kid. He's just trying to do good weather work and everything else. So I definitely would look into subscribing to him as well and getting some great information from him as well. But again, I know its first name is Cruz. I believe the last name is Haynes. I could be wrong. I could look that up. Uh, so yeah, and moderate Molly says, "Yep, me and Cruz work together. He's great." So again, yes, definitely, he's like a Ryan Hall and a Max Velocity. So, but yeah, so again, we are as a community are never too big for one another. We are never too big to shout out one another. We are never too big to subscribe to one another. We are never too big to help one another out. We need to always help each other, no matter if we have 20 million subscribers or if we have, 2 subscribers. So no matter how big and large our channels are, we should always be promoting and helping each other out and grow in that community. So and not look at it as competition, but look at it as healthy growth in that process. Because sometimes people look at it from the wrong lens and the wrong view, but the lens that we should look at it is helping each other grow inside of this community when it comes to that. So I'm all for helping Moderate Motley. I'm all for helping Cruz. I'm all for helping that. So, uh, but besides that, but yeah, so again, help out people, help out uh you know um people who are trying to grow. So I usually look for a lot of like channels that don't have a lot of subscribers and things of that. So and everything. So and just help out the young, and just help channels grow. Nessie says, "Wow, you're now at 1.69." Yes, moving quickly. And yet, 2 days ago, yes, I was about 900 2 days ago. I've almost doubled that within like 48 hours. And yes, I am buoyed though. It's obviously number one. All God's work in Him, in all glory and honor goes to Him. But I am buoyed by John McKinney. John McKinney is what has helped me get to where I'm at with my subscriber count, and for promoting me, and for helping me get again where I'm at. So uh, yes, Cruise does have a link. It is Cruise. Let me look at it here real quick. It is. Let me pull them up here. I'll shout them out here. So let me put it here. His channel is. His channel is. Let me find it here. Okay, yeah, I got it. Uh, yes. So Cruise is. I'll put it in the chat here. It is. Let me put it in the chat. Let me go back here. It is. That's. Oh, sorry, I spelled it wrong. Hold on. That's what it is. It's at shoot. Did it wrong again. Third time's a charm. There it is. Don't mind the first two. The first two are not correct. That's the third one is correct. Yeah, at Cruz Haynes WX. That's his thing. So when it comes to that, I did see what did moderate say here. Um, I missed something. I know I missed something here. What I see. He says, I appreciate everyone's support. John, you should chase with me one day. Hey, man, that's what comes to fruition. That would be awesome, brother. Definitely appreciate that. I am not on the East Coast, though. I am in Chicago. That's where I'm at. So I'm in the Midwest. But yeah, but if that ever comes to fruition and Lord willing, I would definitely be on board doing that for sure. So, um, yeah. Uh, Yeah, I didn't link it. I just typed what it is. You have to type that his name and like that, but it is not linked. So, but that's what it is. But you can find it if you just type in at Cruz Haynes WX um the you know into YouTube there. So you will find that. So uh, appreciate it, Motley. Awesome. Keep doing what you do. Big respect. Appreciate what you do too, as well, brother. Much respect to you as well there. When it comes to that, I saw Jonathan had said something. I believe. Does hail size depend on wind speed? Uh, that I think in a nutshell can be a yes or no question because so what's happening? The hail is in an updraft, right? So you need an updraft. So in the updraft, the hail is being lifted up into the height into the taller part of the storm. So it's rising up through the frozen to the colder atmosphere where it's freezing at. But what happens is with the updraft, which is the wind blowing upward, is is a lot of times that the hail will start to fall back down, and then the updraft will keep bouncing it like a trampoline. So imagine like you put a ball on a trampoline and the ball bounces up and down and up and down and up and down on a trampoline. Well, Um, that's what's happening inside the updraft for the with the hail. So I guess you could kind of say that it does kind of depend on the wind speed because inside the updraft, the higher the winds are, the stronger the updraft, the more that the hail is going to bounce up and down like a trampoline. So and so yes, so I guess in a roundabout way, I guess hail or I guess wind kind of does play a role into that. But again, the stronger the updraft or the stronger the winds that are up there, the stronger that the more that hailstone is going to bounce up and down like on a trampoline in the updraft, and the more it's going to collect more, and the larger it's going to get. So the more it interacts with that liquid environment, then it freezes and the larger it gets. So the more it gets bounced up and down inside of that updraft, then we can get into the baseballs and the softballs and things of that type nature until it gets too heavy. And then once it either gets too heavy or or the updraft weakens, that's when the hail will fall back down to the ground. And but yes, so great question, Jonathan. In a roundabout way, yes, wind speed does play a role in the size of the hail. So it all depends on how strong that updraft is when it comes to that. So, but yes, so stronger updrafts create larger hailstones. So, but yeah, definitely great question, Jonathan. Great question. So, Shane, what'd you do? I missed it. Did you lose again? Oh, don't tell me you lost it for us again, buddy. Uh, Redemption, Shane. We need redemption when it comes to that. But yeah. So great thing for that. And like Nessie asked earlier, 8-inch hailstone. So if you can imagine a 2-pound 8-inch bowling ball falling down on top of your head, coming at you, that is pretty scary. because that is large. And Shane said, "Yeah, I've lost 3 games now." You got to get one victory, Shane. You at least got to get one victory in from that. So when it comes to that, so um, but yeah, um, do you guys in the UK, Shane, Nessie, and stuff? Do you guys get um, or I'm sorry, Jonathan, Nessie? Do you guys get um, hail or any type of big hail in England, Scotland over there, or not really much in size of like big hailstones? So kind of curious about that. Let me know how that is when it comes to that. So and remember that the larger the hailstone is, the faster it's falling out of the sky, and sometimes those can reach at 100 miles an hour or more. So if you missed it earlier, my analogy was baseball. So if you could imagine Major League Baseball pitchers um, throwing 100-mile-per-hour fastballs at you in close proximity and in close range, that is what's happening as they're falling down. Uh, so so again, the larger the hail, the faster it's falling. The smaller the hail, the slower it's falling. So Shane says the UK doesn't get the intense storms that we get, do they? I'm not very familiar with UK weather, but I do know UK sometimes can get some decent tornadoes as well. They use the Toro scale, the TORRO scale when it comes to tornadoes. They do not use the EF scale, and their scale is based just off of wind. It's not based off of damage like it is here in the U.S., where we use 28 damage indicators and we use 8 degrees of damage inside of that. So, but but yeah, Jonathan could chime in here for sure. Yeah, Jonathan says we do, Shane. They dissipate over the sea. Okay. Uh, yeah. So, but I do know that they do. That's the scale they use whenever a tornado happens. They use that. I call it Toro. I think it's called Toro, uh, or Toro scale. So, when it comes to that, so but it's TORRO. That is the scale that they use when it comes to that. So, Nessie says the heaviest officially recorded hailstone in the UK fell in Horsham, West Sussex, on cricket ball size, 6.35 centimeters. I'm not quite sure what that is to inches. Yeah, so I could look that up though. But yeah, either way, I'm assuming that's pretty large, 6.35 centimeters. I'm not quite 100% sure. Shane says, Jonathan, do you get much of a winter? Yeah, I don't know. Do you guys get snow and blizzards and all that stuff over there? Because we get a ton of them over here. So okay, Shane says cricket ball is like a softball size. I think. Is it that big? I don't know. I'm not really. I mean, I know what cricket is. I just don't think I remember the size of the ball though. But of course, cricket is huge over in the UK and everywhere else, but it's not big here in the United States. So okay, yeah, maybe that's cool. I mean, if it is, that's good. I mean, then I can get a comparison. So Jonathan does say winters are cold and snowy. So um, yeah, especially here in Chicago, winters are some of our winters can be very brutal. So or very brutal at times. So um, definitely get some blizzards. Get some winter weather or get some winter storm warnings. Get quite a bit of snow sometimes. So when it comes to that, so um, but yeah, it's when it comes to that, so it says you guys had the Cricket World Cup in USA. I never even knew if we did, so I would never even known that. And if you lined up 99 out of 100 people, or lined up 100 people, probably 98 of them probably didn't know that either. Um, Cricket is just like not on the radar in the U.S. at all. Um, that is like not anywhere. So Nessie says cricket ball is 2.5 inches. Okay, so 2.5 inches. That is, I believe, just a little bit bigger, just under baseball size, and just a little bit bigger than a tennis ball. So I believe that's right in that vicinity. So Jonathan says, yes, you did. Yeah, I never would have known that about cricket at all. So I've watched cricket before, and let me tell you, it's something, that's for sure. Um, but hey, everybody plays the game they like. So I mean, if people like it, they like it, man. So uh, it is what it is. So, um, but yeah, we have baseball, so that's baseball is one of our dominant sports, one of our big four sports, as it's called in the United States. So uh, it's like we don't have baseball here in the UK. Yeah, it's like you guys. It's like the inverse. You guys have cricket over there, and then we have baseball here, and everything. So when it comes to that, so but yeah, it's it's very different for sure. So our biggest sports, in terms of the four sports, are football, baseball, basketball, and hockey. Those are the top four sports in the United States. And when we say football, we mean American football. That's our top sport. So, uh, oh, Shane says, "Oh, I'm thinking of croquet." Okay, and yeah, so, but those are the top four sports here in America. American football is our number one sport when it comes to dollars and spend and people. So that's the number one, and then everything else kind of fights for two, three, and four. So Jonathan says, Nessie, we do here in Harrogate because of the U.S. troops and NSA at Hill early. Okay, that makes sense. So um, when it comes to that, so but yeah, and of course you guys have your what you call football over there, or what we call soccer. I know that's very huge, obviously. So anytime you get outside the U.S., like the U.S. is different for a lot of different reasons, but when you get outside the U.S., soccer, as we call it, or football, is like the number one sport usually in the majority of countries outside of the U.S. But inside the U.S., soccer is um, down on the list. Nessie says Cardiff Airport, Wales, July 1978. Good information, Nessie. A hailstone the size of a tennis ball reportedly fell during an intense summer storm. Okay. Yep. So that's, yeah, tennis ball. That's about, I think that's like what is that? Like 1.75, 2.0, 2.25, somewhere around that section. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's somewhere in that vicinity. So maybe 2.5. I can't remember. When it comes to that. So, um, but yeah, so but if that's, yeah, that's probably for you guys. That's probably very large, and I'm sure that was probably pretty scary at that time. So when it comes to that, so oh yeah, I totally forgot about rugby. I totally forgot about rugby. Rugby is another huge sport over there over in your guys' territory. Not very big here in the United States. Um, when it comes to that. Um, but it's played. There's rugby here. There is cricket here. There is lacrosse here. There is soccer here. There is different things, but yeah. But like I mentioned, the main four are the main sports. When it comes to that, we also have racing, like stock car racing, tennis, golf. Um, we have volleyball as well. Like Nessie said, we have volleyball. We have all the sports. They just happen to just line up in different orders on where they are the largest in Everett. So yeah, Jonathan says U.S. have a team in every sport, and we do. We do. We have a team in every sport you could possibly think of. So everything from summer Olympic sports to winter Olympic sports, the sports that I didn't even know like really even existed, uh, things of that, and then everything else. I know a big thing that's going on right now, it has been for the past couple of years, and that's called pickleball. That's kind of a sport that's kind of taken over a little bit on things. Um, so lacrosse, Nessie, lacrosse is so okay. So picture a soccer field, right? So picture you got two goalies, and but instead of you kicking the ball, right? And Jonathan says chase a ball with a net. Yes. So what it is, yes, you have you're holding like a cup, and you have the ball inside of the cup, or it's like I just call it a cup, but it's like a big, I don't know the actual term for it. So you're running around with it, and you have these things, and you pass the ball. They pass a thing, um, that so, and then when it comes to that, so, but yeah, so that is, and then lacrosse is like it's like soccer with your hands, uh, and I mean kind of in a way. So when it comes to that, so squash is another one. Yep. Oh, Nessie says I didn't know the lacrosse, or didn't know the USA does lacrosse. Yes, we do lacrosse. Yep, we have actually have. I don't know if they have profession. They might have a professional league actually for lacrosse. So when it comes to that, so we have like professional softball leagues for women. We have professional softball leagues for men. Um, things for that. So, but yeah, we have polo. Yeah, we have polo. We have water polo as well. Um, but I think, or is it the polo you're talking about? Or are you talking about the other? I was making sure we're talking about the same polo. So, equestrian sports, um, horse jumping. Um, I don't even, yeah, but all those other. Um, is croquet? Is that the game where you're on a horse and you're like hitting the ball on the ground or something? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong on that or not. But Shane comes back with a brilliant, awesome weather question. Why do you think storms have become more violent in the U.S. lately? And Jonathan says, pull on horses. Yeah, uh, so yeah. But that is polo that I was thinking of, yeah. And then there's obviously then there's water polo as well. So, um, but yes, polo. Uh, oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I was thinking of polo and not croquet. So yeah, or whatever it is. Yeah. So, um, but yeah, I'm sure there's polo. There's everything you could possibly think of. So, and Jonathan says, ask Ralph Lauren. Yes, definitely. Definitely. But Shane, to get back to your question, why do you think storms have become more violent in the U.S. lately? Uh, um, I would say, that's a great question. There's a lot of different, moving pieces. If we break it down the onion and we break it back, by if we want to get into the science of it and get into El Nino and El Nina and how that plays an effect to how that drives storms and it doesn't drive storms. So it kind of depends on that. So, um, but so I would say there's definitely the atmospheric, right, plays into it. So I don't know. It depends on obviously where the jet stream's set up. It depends on how fast that jet stream is. Then we get into different setups, right? We get into troughs, and we can get into different fronts and boundaries and things of that nature. But we could also be maybe it's being reported more than what it's ever has been in the last 5, 10 years because it's easier to report nowadays. So maybe that's the thing that's skewing it as well too. So maybe it's not technically becoming more violent lately. Maybe it's just becoming more reported than what it's ever been reported. And because if you think about it, even 5, 10 years ago here in the United States, I mean, yeah, YouTube's huge and it's been huge for a long time, but I mean, or even just getting the weather out and getting it in the hands of the National Weather Service quickly. mean, that's all really rapidly developed within the last, 10 years, maybe 15, 15 years. So to get out more reports quickly. And maybe there's more weather spotters, maybe there's more people that are influenced by that. So, but again, you know, things shift though, and things go what's called weather patterns. And what that means is yearly patterns. So some years we will have a lot more storms and a lot more violent storms than what we will do the next year. And that all has to do with, again, with long wave troughs, long wave setups. Again, El Nino. Are we in an El Nino year? Are we in an El Nino year? That plays a difference. So years fluctuate. So like this year could be, maybe some people might say, well, this year is being very active. And then next year it might even be more active, or it might just shut off. I mean, people go, well, why is it nothing this year happening for? And again, it just fluctuates. It goes in years. It goes in patterns. It goes in weather patterns. Um, so and again, that's just the volatility of the weather and the shift in the winds, shift in the volatility, shift in, again, what is driving the weather patterns throughout the U.S. So that's about the best way I can really describe that. On again, but again, I think reporting plays a big part into that. That there is just more reports nowadays that are going out to where it looks like we're always getting, maybe that we've gotten more storms than we have in the past, 10, 15 years or so. So, but great question, Shane. Definitely a great question. But again, it's driven by a lot of different things out there. Patterns wise, again, like I said, troughs, long way troughs, different setups. Depends on where the jet stream's at, which way, it depends on fronts and everything else. So, but great job. Great question on that. So, let's see. Jonathan says we get grapple here in the UK mainly. Okay. Or grapel. Yeah, I think it's pronounced grapel. I could be wrong. I never have really fully understood how to pronounce that, but when it comes to that, so, but great stuff there. Great stuff when it comes to that. Yes, it does resemble small white, yep, of styrofoam or Dippin' Dots. Yes, I would definitely agree with the Dippin' Dots statement. That's for sure. They are soft, crushable, and typically 2 to 5 millimeters in diameter. Yes. So, but yes, I definitely agree with they do look like some Dippin' Dots when it comes to that. So, but yeah, so it's very very good stuff. It's very good to understand the difference between grapel, sleet, hail, and snow. Um, which we actually I can go back because we actually talked about that a little bit earlier today. And where was it at? Types. So if you see here in these four beautiful pictures here, we got hail, we got grapel, we got sleet, and we got snow. So here's that grapel right here in this picture right there. So that's where that is. So what keeps it? So it kind of gives you the view of the different types of frozen precipitation. And if you look at the hail here, this hail here is pretty smooth and uh, not as jagged or as spiky as some of the other hail is that some of that stuff can get. So um, sometimes you'll have that really smooth hail, and sometimes you'll have that ragged, jagged, spiky hail when it comes down. So from that, but again, you don't want to be out when it's hailing. You don't want to be out if you see green skies. Um, and again, I'll show you a picture of what the green sky. If you see something like this, this green sky here, that is nothing but a huge, huge hail core. That's the refraction of the light again. That's why it looks green for, because of the sunlight refracting off of the hail, and that's why it becomes looking green. But if you see this green, just know this is a bunch of hail that is coming your way. So it doesn't necessarily mean a tornado, but it does definitely mean that there's hail for sure. So if you ever see this, just know. If anybody ever says, "Oh, the sky got green," so there's if you ever watch a lot of like tornado stories, like I watch a ton of tornado stories. I'm fully enthusiastic. That's what I search. Um, that's what I learn all the time. So and a lot of times when I hear and listen to tornado stories, they will talk about all the sky turned green or teal. Yes, teal too, Nessie. Yep. Or like a bluish turquoise color as well. So they'll say, yeah, but a lot of times here they'll say, oh, the sky turned green, and it got real ominous, and then and then they started getting crazy from that point on. But a lot of times they will say that the sky turned green, and what that means is either that when that tornado struck, or right before that tornado struck, there was nothing but a huge um, hail in that. So yes. So green sky does not necessarily mean there is a tornado, but it does mean that hail is there. So when it comes to that, so definitely don't want to be around the green sky if you ever see a greenish teal or like a turquoise looking blue sky. So when it comes to that, but yeah, and then but yeah, so definitely if you ever see something like that, do not go near that. If you do, or if you do know about that, then you can steer around it. If you're chasing, then know how to make sure you steer around that section so you do not get yourself in trouble and get yourself caught in what's called no man's land, and you don't have anywhere to go. So to do that. So, but yes, but great job, Nessie. Uh, yes, teal definitely for sure. You can definitely look teal, a teal green turquoise looking color. So when it comes to that, so and everything else, so but yeah, so great stuff on that. Great stuff on hail, everything else. Great stuff from you guys there. Um, and if you are just joining, it is now 2:33 my time in Chicago, so Central Time, 3:33 in the Eastern Time. It is 1:33 Mountain Time and 12:33 Pacific Time. So, and if you're in the UK, I believe Jonathan is at 8:33 in the morning, if I'm not mistaken, um, somewhere around that vicinity. Um, Still got 77 of you in here. So if you are new to the channel, please subscribe. Please like, please share, and please chat along. And please uh, let us know, what you think. And but please chime in and please talk about some good weather stuff and things that excite you about weather. And we'd love to sit and chat because we are all like-minded about that, and we are all drawn into storm chasing, to weather history, to weather facts, and that. So very cool stuff when it comes to that. But yes, so hail. Again, hail is very, very dangerous. At about 4 inches, it can um, start puncturing roofs, or I'm sorry, start puncturing holes in your roof. So you can definitely, so you definitely don't want to be, hopefully never ever get around with like grapefruits falling down on top of your roof or softballs and things of that nature, because they can actually puncture holes in your roof when that happens. Nessie says, I love the static charges of a good lightning show. Yes, and that's exactly what it is, static electricity, and it's a good thing that you pointed out there, Nessie. So static electricity, I think a lot of us have um, felt static electricity, like when we rub our feet on the carpet, or we go to like touch a door handle and all of a sudden we get an electrical shock from the door handle, whatever it may be. That is due to static electricity. So same thing that's happening with lightning. So yeah, so thank you for pointing that out, Nessie. Awesome. Um, Sometimes you get those lightning shows with spider crawlers and things of that nature, or you get some good cloud to ground or some good CGs. Uh, and again, um, but be very careful because obviously um, it's like 50,000. It's 50,000 degrees. Um, it's like 5 times hotter than the surface of the sun. So that is pretty wild just to know how hot actually lightning is. Nessie says static charges always give me the tingly feel in my skin and hair stand up on and on my arms. Yes, a lot of that does happen. Another thing, good thing way too is to understand and see static electricity is if you ever rub like two balloons together, whatever, and they create that static electricity, and you put it up to your hair, and then like your hair will start to follow the balloon or stick to the balloon and everything. That's due to static electricity, and so you can create that by rubbing two balloons together, uh, and see it that way in action. So it's very cool in that. Still got 74 of you in here. That's awesome. Thank you so much for being here on an early Tuesday morning now. Uh, and might be a late Monday night to you, to some of you in here. And it might be also, well, Jonathan's already into the morning, uh, mid morning hours already, his time. So Jonathan says, right, troops, I gotta run. Sorry, I don't stay long, but I got it. I like to check in on my buddies. Sending love and prayers, and today you can have. See you on the next one, guys. Awesome. Thank you very much, Brother Jonathan. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for modding. Thank you for being just a great, huge supporter, great brother in Christ, a great just overall encourager. Highly, highly appreciate that. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Great chat, and thank you for being here. Definitely appreciate that. Thank you so much. Highly, highly appreciate it. God bless you, brother, very much so for that. So, but yeah, so it's a lot of it's a lot of great stuff when it comes to weather, right? And a lot of stuff can be found here on the whether it's weather.gov here in the U.S. It's weather.gov. I don't know what you guys might be able to find something cool over in the U.K. as well. But I like to use the National Severe Storms Laboratory, which is part of NOAA, which is basically part of the National Weather Service as well. So they do a lot of great severe weather 101s type stuff. So all of that can be found again up here at this link up here. So very good stuff when it comes to that. So, oh, that is a great question, Nessie. What is the rarest weather event in USA? What is the rarest? I don't know off terms of rarest, but I would say the rarest in the form of any weather event to me happening would be an EF5. Like if we're talking about not just tornadoes, but actually with the kind of tornadoes, I would say because of the sheer fact of how rare EF5s are, I would say that would probably be the rarest weather event in United States, and by a long shot, it would be an EF5. Just be how rare they are. It's like one in every what is it, like one in every 1,300 or one in every somewhere around in that area is an EF5. So um, and so I would say in terms of that, I would say EF5 just because statistically, it's it's less than half of 1%. I mean that's how rare it is. So um, it's like a one in like a 1,300 chance or something. So of happening. So Nessie says ball lightning and tropical heat wave. Okay, yeah, I would understand tropical heat wave because you guys, just because of the where you are positioned at geography wise and your coordinates on the map for sure. So Um, what makes it an EF5? Our EF5 is determined here in the United States all based off of damage indicators. So what that means is it has to, when they go out and they look at those damage indicators, they have to find damage indicators that say, okay, the wind speed here has to have been at 201 miles per hour or greater. So anything above 200. So anything above 200 miles per hour is considered EF5 damage. So that's why they use all of these damaging indicators, which again, I said are 28 of them. And then there are 8 different degrees of damage inside of those 28 damaging indicators. So when they do that, they go out and look for things that, like, hey, how well was this house built? Was it built out of brick? Was it built out of stone? Was it built out of wood? Was it anchored down? Was it, and they look at that and they'll look at it and see, okay, this house has been fully slabbed. Fully slabbed means it's been fully wiped off its foundation, nothing standing. It's like it basically just a square piece of concrete sitting there. You never would have known that a house was standing there a couple minutes ago. So they look at things for that. They'll look at how trees are debarked. They'll look at ground scouring. They'll look at how vehicles have been tossed and mangled. They'll look at all these different damaging indicators to go and say, okay, well, now in this vicinity, we are seeing EF4 damage. We have it, and then they're like, okay, well, now we found a house that's completely slabbed. It was well built. It was strongly anchored in. So it would have took 205 miles per hour to knock this house down. So now they can go, okay, now we're into the EF5 range. But again, it is all based off of damage. So that's how an EF5, that's how all of our tornadoes get rated. So they all get rated off of damage. So not off of their wind speed. The damage is what dictates or indicates their wind speed. So again, in the U.S., we have a in the weather community, we have an ongoing debate of, should we use just wind as an indicator of tornado strength, or should we use the damaging indicators? Because radar can tell us wind speed, right? Anemometers can tell us wind speed. Mesonets can tell us wind speed. So if there is a tornado that's just spinning in the middle of an open field, and on radar it's saying, wow, that's got 250 miles per hour packed inside of it. But if it doesn't hit anything, doesn't touch anything, it won't even get rated as on the scale as anything whatsoever, because it never impacted a structure, it never impacted livestock because of whatever it did. So there are many times tornadoes spin out in the middle of open fields and they never get rated anything. But technically, if you were to put a house right up to it, or something, that house would have been knocked down and things of that nature, but you never know because it's just out in the middle of an open field. So, and then so when it comes to that, so yeah, so it has to, so again, it is all based off of damage indicators. So, but again, like I said, that is a very hot topic in the weather community. And again, I know in the UK, I know that, again, I know you guys use wind speed over there. So if a tornado touches down in the UK and they can measure on radar what that wind speed was, that's what that tornado gets rated at. Doesn't matter if it hit anything, doesn't matter what type of damage it does. They just go, that's what the tornado strength is. That's what we rate it at. In the US, we do the opposite. We say it's got to hit something, and whatever it hits, it's got to hit something in order for it to get rated. So yes, that's how EF5s. That's how all of our tornadoes get rated, and again, EF5 being the very top one. Again, that happens in like on average, 1 out of every 1,400 tornadoes. There have only ever been 60 since 1950. So that's back when record keeping goes back to in the United States. There have only ever been 60 tornadoes ever recorded as EF5s. 60. That's it. Out of about 70 in recorded history. I think it's about 70 some thousand tornadoes. So imagine 60 out of about 70,000 tornadoes have only ever been rated an EF5. So um, that just tells you how rare EF5s are. So, but yes, but get back to your point about that and your question about the roundabout way about that. I definitely would say when it comes to the rarest form of, I would definitely say, um, I would definitely say that EF5s are so. Nessie says, but tornadoes do damage even to farmer fields, and that makes me sad as farmers need to make a living and they can't if crops are gone or damaged. Yes, I agree. I definitely agree because when tornadoes go out over, a cornfield or they go out over a bean field or, whatever's growing there, they're just going to tear it up and toss it around and destroy it. So, but yeah, there are times, like I said, there are a lot of times that tornadoes will just spin out in the field, and sometimes they'll just spin out, over just dirt, like just land that hasn't been planted on. It's just dirt. It's just there's nothing there, and thankfully, it's not destroying any type of food, or thing like that or anything. So, and a lot of times that's what happens. But again, unless it hits something, or unless they can find like a huge ground scouring, or they can find something that goes, oh man, this tornado did. Um, they won't ever get rated because it never hit anything. Um, so and that happens a lot here in the U.S. Happens quite a bit when it comes to that. So with that. But yeah, so definitely can even high winds can damage crops. Like even if we have like a straight line wind damage event, those can just knock out crops too and just flatten crops and destroy them. So when it comes to that as well. So, but yes, crops are very important because they help feed all of us. So we should be very thankful for farmers, very thankful for the crops that they plant and how they end up on our table for us to eat. So very thankful for that. So, but yeah, uh, great question, Nancy. Great point out there. Thank you so much for that. When it comes to that, thank you so much. Um, but yeah, we still got 71 of you in here, which is amazing. You guys are all awesome. Pushing towards 1,700 subs. Super excited about that. Getting super close to becoming a YouTube partner. Just a lot of great things that are going on to be able to do this. I still got things in the background that are going on. But I'm hoping to continue to do this for as long as the good Lord wants me to continue to teach and help you guys, and you guys also to help me and teach me as well. So, but yeah, I love weather. Very enthusiastic about it. Very just in awe and uh, just from everything from just understanding how but everything else. So, Nessie says, I got to go now. Big kudos to you and see you next one. Love and prayers all around. Thank you, Nessie. Thank you for joining in. I love your questions. Thank you for being such a great weather, enthusiast, being weather centric and being, just so weather into learning things. So definitely appreciate that. So thank you very much, Nessie. Thank you so much for that. Bless you. God bless you, and have a great day today. So when it comes to that, so thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nessie. Thank you to all 72 of you that are still in here. So when it comes to that, it is now 2:50 in the morning my time. So that means about an hour and 50 minutes ago, the new outlook for today, the new day one outlook came out. So let's go over to the day one outlook together and see where the severe weather is setting up for today. Again, I like to just use the NWS. This is just how I use it. There's a million different things. Thank you, Julie, for that. Thank you for the W. Thank you, W to you as well, Julie. Uh, So thank you so much for that. So we will now jump into again looking at the thunderstorm outlook slash tornado outlook for today that they just put out at 1 a.m. my time. It will be updated again at 8 a.m. my time central. So that means it'll be updated again at 9 a.m. Eastern, 7 Mountain Time, and 6 Pacific Time. That's when the next one will come out. And they will update it 5 times today. So they have the times when they do it. But anyways, I use a National Weather Service map or website. You can find this on a lot of different websites, but again, they are going to pull it directly from here. So this is the direct source, which is right here. So if we go and click on active alerts, and if we go down to thunderstorm tornado outlook, right now, currently, let me go ahead and shrink this a little bit. So shrink it down a little bit. Okay, so it looks like for today, it looks like, yes, it looks like all of South Dakota is in a slight risk. So we got all of South Dakota here. We got, there's a little bit. So Brother John, I believe he's going to be out today again. He'll probably be over all up in South Dakota today. So if I had to guess, that's where he's going to play at. Possibly, maybe depending on where the models are setting up at. But again, they're models. The models are not always correct. Sometimes they're east of the location. Sometimes they're west of the location. Sometimes it doesn't even happen at all, what they forecast. But he'll look at the parameters. He'll look at wind shear. He'll look at the NAM. He'll look at the HRRR. He'll look at the CAPE. He'll look at all the parameters that are going to go into severe weather because he is awesome like that. And so it looks like a big swath of slight risk chance over pretty much the whole state of South Dakota. So let's see what's driving the slight risk. So if we look at the tornado, as you see here, we have a tornado, 2% pretty much all right through here. So this is where everybody who's storm chasing tomorrow will be at, is right in this section. Now, of course, as they update it throughout the day, it might grow, it might shrink, but nonetheless, this is where they're going to be located at, is right in here. Let's see what's wind driving it. So wind is at 15%. So again, looking at some wind. So it's mainly driven by wind right now. Let's see if hail's driving it, and hail. So wind and hail are both driving the slight risk. So when it comes to that. So again, today's setup right now, 2% set up South Dakota. So looking at that. So if we look at, so Brother John is probably going to be up here in here today. If we go back and if we look at the day 2, which I think got updated already. Yeah, it got updated at 12:30. So day 2, we've got slight risk for Nebraska, Kansas, out here as well in Wisconsin. So again, so day 2, which will be tomorrow, tomorrow as meaning July 8th. So today is July 7th now because it's almost 3 in the morning. So tomorrow, July 8th, which would be Wednesday, I believe. This is most likely where Brother John will be, which is set up right here in, looks like it's going to be his home town, his home region. So let's see what's driving that. Not really tornado threat over there. They don't have that yet. They have tornado threat over here in Wisconsin and everywhere else, but they don't have it for Nebraska. So they're probably driving wind over there. Probably, yep, they have a wind, and so it's driven by wind right now. So that's the next 2 days, or that's today and that's tomorrow's outlook on how that's looking. So, and even day 3, we can look at day 3. I don't know if that's even updated yet. Let's see if they updated day 3 yet. They just updated day 3, so day 3 they already have a marginal risk out for severe weather as well. So, nonetheless, that's what they have, but those are the next couple of days when it comes to that. So, very great stuff. But that's where Brother John, I do believe, is going to be set up at. He's going to be set up there at for the next couple of days. Probably be in South Dakota today, and then he'll probably be back in Nebraska tomorrow when it comes to that. Um, so you never know. Might get lucky. Might get, could be a great. It's always a great chase, no matter what. But sometimes, might get a good light show. Might get a good, something else. You just never know. So, but good stuff on that. Good, awesome stuff that's going on that. So, but yeah, very great stuff. That is the outlook currently for today and for tomorrow. So really great stuff there when it comes to that. So, how long have and if anybody is still awake and if anybody is still listening, if anybody is still in the chat, I appreciate that. But how long have you guys been following John McKinney, and how long have you guys been, been a fan of his? So let me know in the chat. How long you guys have been there supporting and been watching Brother John. So because that would be pretty awesome to know about. So Shane says 1 year. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Shane. Thank you so much, brother, for that. What do we have? Awesome. Thank you, Shane. And again, just as a reminder, if you guys have not subscribed yet to Moderate Motley, please make it over to his page and subscribe to him and subscribe to Cruz Haynes WX as well to help, propel his channel as well too. So to help him out. But yeah, so Shane says 1 year. Awesome. That's awesome. 1 year. I've been following Papa John for, I would say, for a little while now. Definitely Freddie for many years for Freddie. And then, but I would say Papa John for years for as well too. So he and Mike Delaney's tornado, they were in up in North Dakota last June. Was my first time seeing Papa John. Second time actually. Oh well, you chose a great time, Shane, to jump on the train for sure, because that was the Enderlin EF5. Not they weren't on that specific Enderlin EF5. That was the other tornado, but they were still on a very strong tornado up there in Enderlin, South Dakota, or North Dakota, North Dakota. So, but yeah, that was pretty awesome, pretty awesome to see, and for that for sure. So, that was definitely a great time to come on board for that for sure. But yeah, it's a great community. Looking to keep growing that community, keep growing his community, my community, and keep being supporters of each other, and to help him any way I can to help him grow for sure, to help him get out there and and obviously gain more. Excuse me, gain more subscribers and followers as well. And so it's a very great thing to partner with Brother John. So very awesome stuff. But yeah, so good. So looks like again, looks like we still got 68 people in here at 3 a.m. in the morning. So very great stuff. So which is actually a funny thing today was I was just about to go live. I was about 10 minutes from going live. I was setting up my live stream, setting everything up, and then Brother John came on and went live. So one thing is that like definitely not trying to go live during his live streams because obviously I don't want to take any possibility of views being taken from him or anything like that. But and and or anything like that. So, but yeah, it was so funny. I was setting up, I got everything because I was actually gonna do a midday stream, and then he came on, and I was like, "That's awesome. It is what it is. No problem whatsoever, obviously." And so it was pretty funny. So when it happened, so but yeah, but I'm also blessed too because obviously too when I wait until he's done streaming, he is gracious enough to redirect his followers or his viewing followers over to me. So it's really great. So we work in partnership like that. So it's really good when it comes to that. So, but yeah, great, huge help there. So uh, when just helping each other out and growing like that. So, but nonetheless, I mean, it's been again, it's been a great stream. Been streaming for 4 hours now. It's been a very great time. Hopefully, you guys learned about some hail. You guys had a good time, a good chat. Just jumping in here. I know they're a little bit later than what uh, I'd like to have them, but it is what it is, and I'm just thankful to have them no matter what. So it's still to have 66 in here, 67 in here at 3 a.m. in the morning is super super awesome. So. Um, but yeah, so again, hail. It is what it. It's very dangerous, so take it that way. Please don't try to go out there and catch it, and just understand the power of it and how. Remember that what's falling down. That's the reason they're called hailstones. And remember, it has the word stone in it. There's a reason because it's hard. It's like a rock. So remember that. It's not just little pieces of cotton candy falling out of the sky. So you have shooting missile rocks that are coming down at you. So yeah, just another cool little thing there. And another cool thing is I don't know if you guys know this about YouTube or not, but on YouTube here, you can actually direct message now. You can actually DM somebody. So if you ever want to contact me on YouTube or whatever, feel free to DM me and direct message me if you ever want to contact and get a hold of. Or you can also find me in Brother John's Discord as well. But yes, but if you ever want to just directly contact me, go ahead and send me a DM on YouTube. And that would be a way to just directly message. So it's a lot easier than, doing a post or doing something else. Just DMing is way easier. So, and a lot quicker and a lot faster. So, but yeah, so thank you guys for being a part of such of this great community. Again, just a little bit. This is again just a recap. This is the topic of hail. Discussed that again right at the beginning of the stream, and again, this is a larger part, or part of a larger series, which is my weather series. I still have, like I said, quite a bit of topics to talk about still during this weather series. So, and then from there, I will teach on a different topic when it comes to that. That'd be another fun topic, another very interesting topic that we will dive into, and hopefully, you guys will have a lot of fun learning from that, and we'll learn from each other. Uh, and also be working still on one of my another new 7 and 7 video things of nature. Also, hopefully, I will be collaborating and live streaming with Brother John. I reached out to him about doing a live stream together. So hopefully, we will be doing a live stream together sometime soon, sometime in this month, sometime. So hopefully, I look forward to that coming to fruition and uh, doing a live stream together because that would be awesome to live stream together with Brother John. So hopefully you guys will find that cool and awesome as well. and to be able to just be a part of that, and be a part of that live stream together with us. So again, great stuff going on, great stuff working. God is working mightily. God is working so graciously for me. Just blessed me with a great platform here, and almost 1,700 subscribers. Just a larger following than what I thought. Definitely thought that I would get to. So hopefully my platform will help reach as many people as possible. And again, uh, looking to take my streams to other platforms as well, Facebook, Twitch, things of that nature. So to jump across and reach as many people as possible there. And again, it's not just about spreading the word of the weather. That is secondary. The main thing is spreading the gospel and spreading the word of Christ. That is the number one overall goal. That is what my aim is. That's what that's what it's all about. So spreading His message, spreading the gospel is more important than spreading teaching and learning about weather. So again, just I'm just glad to have this platform. Just super awesome to have this platform to do that. So very thankful for all of you. Very thankful for Shane, everybody in the chat. So I'm gonna end the chat here in about I'm gonna call it about 3 minutes. So if you have any other questions, comments, concerns, please ask them now. But again, I'm gonna end the chat here in roughly about 3 minutes or so. So so please let me know if you have any questions, comments, concerns, any other type of maybe weather stuff that you would like me to teach about, any other type of like topics that maybe you thought about. Hey, I would like to learn that. Let me know, and let me know what that looks like, and I can teach on that topic and get you to help you with that. Shane says, been another great stream. Thank you, Shane, for being such a huge supporter, such a huge contributor, things of that. And Shane, since you have been such a huge supporter and huge everything else. I think you have shown your just being awesome, being cool in the chat, being everything else. So, you, my friend, get to have the blue on your name. So you now, Shane, are a moderator. You're now a mod. Shane, appreciate you. Appreciate that. Appreciate that, man, just for helping out and just being there, and showing your allegiance and showing that. So you, my friend, are now a moderator. So very cool, very thankful for that. Very cool. So yeah, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate you helping out. Appreciate you just understanding. Just being there, being cool, being awesome with that, and yeah, everybody. Julie, thank you for still being here too as well. Just very, very, very cool with that. So, and if you have any moderator questions, I mean, obviously, like Lisa can really help you out a lot. Sonia can help you out a lot. Um, things of that nature. It's just, so yeah, definitely, man. You definitely have shown, you know, your allegiance, shown just your brotherhood, things of that nature. So definitely, man, I wanted to, do my best to kind of help you out there. And I know it's just moderation. I know it's just, a turn, but it just hopefully kind of shows that I appreciate that, man. So, and I appreciate Julie being here. Appreciate the questions. Appreciate the comments. Appreciate just the encouragement. And just helping me grow my stream, helping me grow, as a person, helping me grow, everything. So But yeah, it's really good. It's really yeah, it is. It's definitely showing a huge trust, and I trust. I mean, I from this one I've seen in chat, and this one I've seen like not just in my chat, which I've seen many times now, but in Brother John's chat. So I'm obviously watching people in there too as well, and how they interact and how they do things in there. And a lot of the moderators I have, obviously, the moderators I have come from Brother John. He's the one who recommended. Hey, I trust these moderators. He said you should make them. You should, if you want to. He's like you should make them moderators of your channel as well because they are, they're very trustworthy and they're very. Um, so that's why I have Lisa and Rachel and Sonia and Peter and David Tokar and Debbie um, and then I'm probably missing somebody else if I'm not mistaken, but yeah, and then Jonathan, Jonathan reached out to me. Jonathan was like, "Hey, he's like, I would love to be a mod." He's like, "I think I'd, and I was like, "Hey, I appreciate you stepping up to the plate and asking to do it." So you know what, if when people ask for when people ask for something and they want to step up and do it, um, um, so when people ask that and step up and they ask, we got to give him a shot to shine. So definitely appreciate him being just asking and so give him that opportunity. So looks like we have Gold Hunter in the chat. Gold Hunter, thank you for being here. Thank you for chiming in. Thank you so much. It's been a quite stormy evening at night tonight across parts of central and southern West Virginia and southwest Virginia. I'm curious to how much power is out due to the storms. Okay, so do you guys have some severe like windstorm events, like um, any tornadoes or anything like reported, or just windstorm events probably, like maybe some straight line winds or something like that. So, but yeah, it's great to see. It's great to see everybody just pick each other up, lift each other up, support each other, and just and move forward with that. But yeah, so I know when the storms came here through Chicago here last year, we lost power for like 37 hours, and it was a derecho that came through. So that was not pretty at all. That was not fun. So knocked out power to like basically the whole village, the whole town, and it was pretty it was pretty crappy there for a little bit. So, but it is what it is. Life goes on. So, but yes, thank you, Gold Hunter. Glad to see you in here. Glad to see you conversating and chiming in for sure. But yeah, so W to you, W to Shane, W to Julie, W to everybody else who was in here chatting earlier. I know it's 3:14 in the morning, so especially where I'm at, so I know a lot of people are snoozing when it comes to that. So, um, oh, it looks like we have Saved by His Grace in here as well. Good to see you, Saved by His Grace. Uh, Maybe you were lurking the whole time, which is very awesome. But she says, hope everyone has a peaceful evening day. God bless you all. Thank you so much. Saved by His Grace. God bless you. Hope you have a great day. And thank you so much for joining in. Hopefully, you were able to catch majority of my stream and get to learn about some hail. So, thank you so much. Always a pleasure. Always so gracious and thankful for your support when it comes to that. So, when it comes to that. So, but yeah, so very thankful for that. Very thankful for all of you. I know that again, it's very late in the morning or early. It's 4:15 Eastern time, so maybe there's people already waking up and starting their day and getting the day going. So, but whether or not you're getting ready to go to bed, or you're already up, you're getting up, or you've already been up, doing depending on what time it is. Um, Hope you guys have a blessed day. Oh, Gold Hunter says, John, we had quite a bit with severe thunderstorms last night. Not sure about tornadoes, but there was hail and wind and large trees down around my area. I heard there were lots of power out. Oh, okay, so you probably had some strong straight line winds, is what I would take from that. So some hail and yeah, when it comes to that. So yeah, good to see you in there, Gold Hunter. Thank you for chiming in. Thank you for being here again. Uh, so lots of power out. Yeah, that sucks. Power outages are like, man, they're like, to me, sometimes it's like one of the worst things because you're just so used and dependent upon power that once you even lose it for 5 minutes, it's like, oh man, this is I don't know. I'm being a little facetious, but it is you know it does suck at times. It does suck. So when it comes to that, but yeah, I mean, you guys are awesome. So 64 of you in here. Again, great chat, great fireside chat, great topic chat, great, playing games. Shane, you'll have to win tic tac toe tomorrow night or or the next time I stream. So you got to definitely win that tic tac toe game. So. Um, And Shane says, John Boy, have you had rolling brownouts? No. Are you talking about like when the electric company just shuts down the electricity? Because we call them rolling blackouts, if that's what you're talking about. Um, um, but no, we have not had anything like that, unless we're talking about uh, two different things here. So. Um, Yeah. Okay. So you guys probably have that over there, uh, out west more because like I said, I do believe you said you're from Colorado, so you guys probably have that more, because we don't have the forest or well, I mean, we do have forest here. I'm sorry, but we don't have the dry climate to where to start, um, like we don't get like red flag warnings like you guys get a lot. We don't get like the dry heat. And then, but yeah, I'm not familiar with what a brownout is. I've never even heard of a brownout. I've heard of blackout, but so if you want to let me know what a brownout means, that's cool. I've never heard of what a brownout is. Um, but yeah, but just here in Chicago, that's not done just because we don't have that type of climate. We don't have that dry, uh, you know, climate that can start up a lot of fires. But we do have forests around here, so that something never did, that would be pretty devastating. So, but yeah, we just don't have that kind of dry, arid temperatures and wind and like out in Colorado and Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico, things out leisure. A rolling brownout is an intentional temporary reduction in electrical voltage managed by a utility company across different neighborhoods in a rotating schedule. Okay. Okay, yeah. I was saying because like I've heard of a rolling blackout, but I never heard of a rolling brownout before. So, um, but I can see why when it comes to that. But yeah, no, we never had, at least to my knowledge, they've never like cut down any type of our volts or cut off power just because of that or anything. So, um, but yeah, so but again, different climates. We're in different climates, and that's what dictates a lot of different things. The U.S. is massive. I don't think people actually sometimes understand how massive on a scale that the U.S. is. It's huge. So, I mean, we got four time zones, right? Well, I mean, just here in the continental U.S., we got six time zones altogether, but four just here in the main U.S. So, and it's oh, okay. So a brownout is when they just lower the voltage, but a blackout is when they actually turn off the power. Okay, so that's what it is. Okay. Okay, so like if the grid was being overloaded and everything else like that, so they would do rolling blackouts to prevent power grid. Yeah. Okay. So the brownout is they just lower the voltage, but blackout is when they actually kill the power and turn the power off. So okay. Never heard of brownout. Never knew that. Learn something new, man, every day, and that's what it's about. So definitely what it's about. So yeah, and you said yeah with the red flag warnings and all those fire warnings and yeah, I know you guys get a lot of red flag warnings a lot of times out there. So you guys get a lot of red flag warnings. So when it comes to that, and then but yeah, it's very I know it's like a drier air out there. So certain times, and then of course, with it being just so dry, of course, then a little bitty spark of fire can start a huge a brush fire. It can turn into a whole forest fire. It can turn into a whole city fire or something. So, um, but yeah, I always see a lot of like on the news, like every year, it seems like in the summertime, there's always some sort of huge fire in like California or Nevada, Arizona, somewhere that's got like huge fires that are going on. Um, whether it's caused by humans or it's caused by lightning or electrical failure or whatever it may be, but a lot of that's going on. So when it comes to that, but yes, a lot of red flag warnings. That's why they put those red flag warnings out to let people know that hey, don't be burning, stuff out. They'll be like, yeah, don't be burning, trash, or don't be burning, having bonfires, or don't be having, things like that. So, and there's a reason to that. There's a reason why they do that for. So, uh, but yeah, so it's good stuff with that. It's good stuff with just learning. Yeah, just different areas have different things, So it's good to know that. But everything. So, but all I know is that if you all don't have any other questions, comments, concerns, feedback, whatever it may be, it's been another great stream. It's been awesome. Welcome to the Mod Squad, Shane. Um, oh yes, good point out, Shane. So you guys have also been having some high winds, which attribute to that red flag warning because wind is a driver of fire. It provides the oxygen for fire. So if a fire were to get started, it would just keep, it would have that fuel to keep going. So, but again, great point out, Shane. Great conversations tonight. Great chat. Hope you guys learned a little bit about hail. Hope you guys learned a little bit about seeing that. Gold Hunter said. Uh, the second heat wave starting this weekend looks like it's going to be pretty good one and quite a bit hotter than the last one and is expected to last longer, but I prefer it over winter. Yes, Gold Hunter, I am a hot weather person myself. It was such last week here in Chicago was very hot, very steamy. But I do believe the East Coast is going to get another dose of that, as you mentioned. So yes, it's that sticky type of humidity where your clothes are going to stick to you, or you just feel like you're sweating and your sweat's not getting off your body and everything else because that's due to the humidity, and your sweat can't, and it makes it harder for you to get the sweat off of your body. So, and when it comes to that, uh, but yeah, so definitely cool stuff there, Gold Hunter. But yes, thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Uh, but yeah, it definitely. So stay cool the best you can, brother. Cooling off. I definitely know. Definitely last week's heat wave here in Chicago was definitely a pretty hot one. So, but yes, I do know the eastern seaboard is supposed to get a little bit hotter again. So thank you, brother, for that. Thank you, Shane. Thank you, brother Shane. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight and this morning. Thank you all for the questions. Thank you all for joining in. Just being here and everything else. Appreciate all that. And again, if you want to ever get a hold of me, just DM me on Facebook. It's not Facebook. I'm sorry. This is YouTube. Don't know why I said Facebook for. But yes, just DM me on here on YouTube, and we can conversate that way. So, again, feel free to post anything in my community, in the community there. There's a community page as well. You can post in there as well. Uh, so just always stay in touch and things of that nature. But uh, when it comes to that, I'll get to Goat Hunter real quick. Goat Hunter says, yeah, as soon as you step outside at 1, 2 in the morning, your clothes just instantly stick to you, and that's when I know it's the type of weather I really like the best. Awesome. I am, like I said too, I am a huge hot weather person myself. Like I would rather, I'm a desert, like I like desert weather. Like I would think it'd be cool to to be out in Arizona and places like that. And so I'm a hot weather guy all the way, man. So definitely agree with you on that, Gold Hunter, for sure. I would rather have it be 100 than it be 10 degrees. That's just my opinion. Michael from Hawaii says, "Take care, all. Aloha, Michael. Thank you for joining back in. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening and being a partner and being an encourager of the stream. So thank you so much for that. Aloha to you, Michael. Thank you, Gold Hunter, as well. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Looking forward to conversating with you, all of you. I plan on streaming again today, and I will say today because it is 3:27 my time. So I do plan on streaming again today, most likely after Brother John gets done streaming with his chase. So very thankful for that. Very blessed. Gold Hunter says, Shane, I absolutely do not like fall or winter time, that's for sure. And my area really doesn't have bad winter times, but I can't get used to being cold. I agree. I agree very much. I agree very much. Um, so definitely when it comes to that. So, but yeah, but thank you everybody. Thank you so much for great, great chats, everything else like that. Thank you for sticking around. And again, if you want to get a hold of me, or if you want to get a hold of each other, on YouTube, you can DM each other as well on YouTube as well. So again, it's a new feature. It just came out a little bit ago, so it's an easier way to get a hold of somebody if you accept and stuff like that. So, but aloha, Michael. Aloha to everybody. You guys have been awesome. You guys have been great. So thankful. But again, I will be streaming again later today after Brother John's after he gets done streaming, because I'm pretty sure he will be streaming again today. So very thankful, very blessed for all of you. Again, hang out in the community, chat with one another, and feel free to DM me if you have any questions or just anything else. And if you are not a part of Brother John McKinney's Discord, please join Brother John's Discord, although I think you need a link to join it. I don't think you can just join it off of line. So I have to be able to get a link in here. But to get you guys to join that as well, if you have not joined Brother John's Discord also. So when it comes to that. So again, much love to all of you. You guys are awesome. You guys are great. You guys are just very, very cool. Very, very awesome. So thankful for all of you. Grateful for all of you. So, and like always, be brave and let the Lord